Mm-mm. Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Diane. Is it Ilani? Hi, Sexy Fox. Hope everyone is good. Okay, Elaine. Okay. Hi, Iris sis. Hi, Smooth Operator. I'm doing good. How are you? Hello, Daisy. Okay, Toronto, Canada. Welcome. Everyone hit the thumbs up as you come in, please. Hi, Margaret. Yep, President Cheryl. All right, well, I'm going to give it a couple more minutes and then we're going to get started. Because after what I seen today, I am pissed off to the highest level of pistivity. Hi, Daisy. Hi, Grace. Hmm. Did y'all see that video earlier? I knew that little niceness wasn't going to last. Hide the information. She going to sit here and tell Jay. Let me see, the exact words were, don't be a hating ass. Then she paused, realized she was on live, and said child. But you know what she wanted to say. She was gonna say a hating ass bitch. And I almost was the first woman ever to jump through a phone. I thought I was about to become a billionaire because I couldn't believe it. You sure can, smooth operator. A friend of mine said that, and I was laughing. She said, "I'm pissed off to the highest level of pistivity." I'm like, "Oh damn, okay, I like that saying." Hi, Laura. But I couldn't believe she said that. Then made the child go stand in a naughty corner, hold her arms up, and close her eyes. I'm just like, what the hell is wrong with this girl? And A is the one that started it, to be honest. Did Jay tap her or hit her? Yeah, she didn't hit her like that. But A had her hand in her face, her finger all up in her face. Hi, Jan. Hi, Lucy. I couldn't believe that. If she didn't, I guarantee you, if she didn't look over and notice she was on camera, yeah, she would have called her child a hating ass bitch. And I was so angry. I couldn't believe it. Now she online talking about how, oh, I can't travel. Oh, he won't sign the passports. But if I can't travel, neither can he. I gave my permission for him to go to Oregon. I bet you he won't go for Christmas. Do you think Justin care if he can't go to Oregon? He don't have a problem staying in California with his kids for Christmas. And you really don't want to take your children anywhere. Exactly. She's ranting. She sure is. Oh, so Jay is now there. Okay, when I saw it, Jay wasn't there. Thank you, Cheryl. Yes, it's worse than what we see, Margaret. Way worse than what we see. Talking about, well, if I can't travel with them, then you can't travel. You'll just have to stay home. You'll just have to stay here. It's not a problem. And you're still so stupid. There's plenty of places that he and him and you can go to in the state of California. You think you hurting that man? No. And I don't blame him. I wouldn't sign them passports either. Talking about, oh, he wanted me to buy him a ticket to go with us. No, that's not what it was. That's what I saw online. See, stop listening to your little stupid goats. That's not what it was for. I seen the court paperwork. She was supposed to put up kind of like a bond, like you would, and that was just in case she didn't bring those girls back. He had that money so he could try to get the children back. It wasn't for a ticket. That man know better than to bring his ass to damn Nigeria. Hi, hot stuff. Hi, C Brown. Yeah, she doesn't want to travel with them. Hi, Pool. I thought they could travel. I don't know. She's saying that even to go to a different state, that they need each other's permission. She said she gave him her permission because she was hoping that that would get him to sign the passports. But he's traveled twice because he also went with Taja. He traveled there twice, so I don't know about that, but I know that neither one of them can travel out the country because they both parents have to sign the passports. And I'm glad he's not signing it. Hi, Ann. She thinks he can't take them to another state. Yes, exactly. And she's laughing because, oh, he's going to have to sit home with the kids for Christmas. You Justin didn't hasn't traveled every year with the girls. He doesn't have a problem with staying here. I bet you he'll take the girls to go see the Christmas lights. That somebody, where, did they give you $80 or something like that? Or more to go see the Christmas lights and you didn't take them? Yeah, okay. I bet you he takes them. She's just mad today. Exactly. And they making up all these posts. Oh, Justin doesn't have the money to pay for a haircut, laughing. No, Justin went and had Don cut his hair to make y'all all lose y'all damn minds. And that's exactly what y'all did. Y'all sitting over there with high blood pressure, heart palpitations, and everything else. That man, he knows how to go get a haircut. Who said he couldn't afford a haircut? Y'all think that man is broke. That man ain't broke. He might not have the same amount of money that KO have, but that man is not broke. Hi, Ann. Hi, Lupe. But that man can do what he want to do with his kids. He ain't struggling. He chose to move into that smaller apartment. KO, she need to act like, or matter of fact, I'm gonna call her by what she really is, Horiana. Let me pronunciate that correctly. Rihanna used to live in a 1 bedroom. She don't even need that big place because she can't even keep it clean and it's falling apart. Wait a minute. Angry at ho ho ho, the hideous non-mom. Yeah, they're peeing in diapers. You got that right. Even if the girls had passports, she still wouldn't take them. No, because you know what? Mancy said that she didn't think that the girls should even go out there until they're older. The first time she spoke about it, she said that Horiana always likes to run the streets and party. Then she said another time that she don't like. I think it was this last time she was here. She doesn't think that they girls should go until they get way older because she knows she's gonna get stuck with them. And after she's seen how A throws them temper tantrums, hell no, she don't want them there. Her little keyword, we move. Hey, hot stuff. Trust me, uh, Don and JD together did drive her crazy. But they can hang out. They can do what they want to do. I never been to California. Any nice tourist areas? Is Brentwood nice? It's a well, I've never been there either, but I hear it's a it's a nice neighborhood. I mean, they act like she lives in the most prestigious and expensive area out there, but that's not the most expensive area out there. Hi, Marcia. Yeah, California is a big state. There's lots of places they can go. Oh, I think it's Marcia. Yeah, those theatrics were kind of funny. You know, they're not the only ones that can make AI videos. You know what I'm saying? Like they think, yep, Don, yep. Hi, most unique. I don't know what the hell is wrong with this damn girl. Like, and then she was like, somebody came on and left a comment saying, he broke court orders by talking about you. That bitch talk about him every day. Every day. And as you're saying that comment, what is that bitch doing? What is Horiana doing? Talking about JD. And then somebody here just made a comment telling you, because I've heard her tell June before that, tell your father to sign the passports. You should need to be keeping them children out of that type of mess. You really think you're hurting? Tomorrow, oh, he thinks we're still married. That man don't want you. Horiana, let me say it again. JD don't want your ass. If you were the last woman on earth, he still wouldn't be with you. Didn't have anything to talk about her ex-husband. Exactly. She's sitting here using it, for her little sympathy things. Like that man is not worried about you. The only thing he is worried about is your ass mistreating his children. That's the only thing he is worried about. Other than that, he don't give a fuck what you do. Excuse my language, ladies, but he do not care what she do. As long as it's tomorrow. Well, I won't say nothing but bring my children in. And he can mention his children anytime he want to. You are not the only one who had those children. You think because you pushed them out that they're just yours? No, baby girl, they're not. Oh, I don't even know why I even called her that. Because she thinks she's a baby, but she's a Horiana. They're his children too. That's why he has 50% custody of them. Watch her come back on later and complain about the girls making a mess. She had them upstairs for the. Exactly. Just like yesterday. She got up at 12 noon. I bet you them kids wouldn't sleep till 12 noon. I slept till 12 noon. It's spring break. But them kids wasn't. Shit, kids get up early. She just woke up. And hasn't washed the girls' hair all week. Exactly. Took both of them girls out. Talking about, oh, you know what I'm saying, yesterday. Like you barely do Jay's hair and you just took her out looking a hot mess in public with a dress that should have been Athena's. The girl exposing herself. Or how about y'all like oh my God. I know you seen that child. I'm gonna Okay, I'm just going to use the term that adults use. It was head down, ass up. Hump, going up and down. Did y'all know what I mean? Did y'all see that? I couldn't believe it. Yeah, Justin don't want her. Yes, that visit to Don triggered her. She's got no respect for him or herself. She ain't got respect for her children either. Yeah, they would be scared. Sure would. Yeah, them kids are starving. Shoot, look at her hair. Hell, I started calling her Celie through my phone. Remember how her sister was screaming out Celie in the color purple? That's what I was calling her. Most unique. I don't know what the hell going on with that damn. Hell, like even a starfish look better than that. Oh, it got cut off. Really? Good. Probably all that damn complaining. Sitting there talking about how when JD does this type of stuff and this narcissist stuff, his manhood gets hard, but she used a vulgar name for that. Now I'm glad he has them for spring break too. But did y'all see Jay humping on the bed? First her mother was doing it, then she did it. I'm just like, what the hell is going on here? That shit's not cute. Yeah, the girls look horrible. Their hair washed, combed. Oh, but they think she's the best mother. Yeah, I guarantee you, she gonna drop them off. She ain't gonna do their hair. Yeah, it really is sad. Yeah. Like if you knew you were going to be all on that bed, rolling around, why didn't you have some shorts or leggings on? Because the child went to school with leggings now. Matter of fact, no, it wasn't yesterday, Friday. I think this happened on Thursday. That child went to school with leggings on. How come she ain't had no leggings on when she was doing all that stuff? Yes, she's getting worse. And Jay's behavior is just weird. I mean, it's getting weirder and weirder every day. And I don't like to talk bad about kids because I can't even, because you know what? I can't blame her. I blame her mother. Them kids, when we used to see them with their father, they didn't act like that. Child, that wasn't even a braid yesterday. That braid had pretty much came undone. Yes, she is acting strange. She told Jim this morning, yeah, Yes, she did. I had talked about that at the beginning. She said, don't be a hating ass. She paused, realized she was still on camera, and said, she said, girl. But you know what? She knows she wanted to call her the B word. Yes, she sure did. I heard that. I wanted to jump through my phone. Yes, she glad that it fell on spring break. And she over there laughing and thinking that Justin is gonna be upset because he can't travel with the girls on Christmas. So what? He don't care. I think she's seeing. Yes, she sees her mom doing it. When she did that, she was right there. Her mother did it first, and then she did it right in front of her, and she laughed. She thought it was funny. That mess with that what she did was not funny. Have a lot of people, let me in her comments, asking her to give her children the phone. Exactly. Just like that guy that sat here and said, can I give you $10,000 for her? You didn't yell at him. You didn't cuss him out. You didn't call him a bastard like you do sometimes. You didn't block him. You said send stars and let's see how serious you are. And that man, the country, because up above his name, it had like whatever the writing is. That man is from one of those countries where they do child brides. She was also telling her she can't go to Nigeria. See, you know what I'm saying? She shouldn't even be telling her something like that. Certain things you don't tell your children. But she's trying to turn her against her father, which is not going to happen. She's not going to turn that girl against her father. Squidward, you got that right. I hate when she says bro. Exactly. That's how she talks to the girls. And but let them say it. Oh, you're being disrespectful. She was teaching both girls how to do it on live. Exactly. Disgusting. My sister's name is okay. Yes, no, exactly. She's making it sound like just A can't travel. Jay's passport is expired. She doesn't look anything like when she first got that passport. That passport is expired. She don't even have one. Yes, she copies it, but that's what she wants. The other day she said, "I can't wait to teach them how to twerk." Who the hell says that about their daughters? Like you're waiting to be able to teach them to twerk? Well, you might as well give it up on Jay because Jay don't have no rhythm. I'm just being honest. I sure did see that. That was nasty and disgusting. If that was my daughter, she wouldn't be doing that. She's prepping them girls exactly to be just like her. I was thinking she was going to her dad's this morning. No, today's Saturday. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she's angry. And then she also said something. I think it was a dig at Stony because she sat there and said something about when once you mention my kids' names. Well, guess what? Baby A, Baby J. I said it. Stony said it, and now I'm saying it. Can't stop me from saying Baby A and Baby J. You don't own the letter A, and you damn sure don't own the letter J. Again, it's down to him to actually do something about it. I can sit here and rant and rave all I want to. Bottom line is, I can't do anything about it. There's probably things I could, but why should I? It's those aren't my kids. That's his responsibility. Funny though, the next day someone said, "Give your kid the phone," and That's what exactly. She was concerned and cussed that man out. But why didn't she cuss that man out that wanted to pay $10,000 for her? You got that right. The math ain't mathing. And no, you can't make this shit up. Don said Stony will be back with more truth. Exactly. I can't wait for it. I want to get this in this live today. The mental abuse that she did. Uh, yes, ma'am. Like I said, we talked about this too, but we can still talk about it. That was just ridiculous. And I am so sick of listening and watching her, mistreat that child. And then she did tell her that if she had to touch that watering can, first of all, Jay should not be um lugging around that heavy ass watering can of water. Get in the corner and raise her hands and shut her eyes. Like, what the hell is that? Hey, bubbly me. It's just ridiculous. And I'm just like, damn, and I mean, the whole state of California is failing those children, including their father. Don't get me wrong, I like Justin, but goddamn, Justin, like, are you okay with watching this? Because I know you've had to have seen something. This is ridiculous. That little girl gonna write a damn story. How I survived my mama's house. Hey, LOALC. It's ridiculous. It just doesn't make any sense. And I'm glad her live did get cut off. Because she needs to stop talking about, I just needed to vent. Yeah, we know you needed to vent. After you seen, your ex bestie, giving your ex-husband, a haircut, trimming up that mustache, that beard, had him looking all good. Yeah, I know you had to vent. I said the same thing, smooth operator. Those kids should not be on that balcony without adult supervision. Yes, those girls are being physical, mentally, psychologically abused. Oh, and sexually exploited. No, she isn't a natural dancer. Exactly. Jay says she wanted dance lessons from a real dancer, not KO. Then KO mentioned that Jay was dancing like a white girl. Your daughter's half white, so and you only got like three, maybe four moves, so you'd say that you're like a professional dancer. Who'd you study with? Because most professional dancers, they studied, they went to dance school and studied under a professional dancer. You did not do any of that. Bipolar Betty is an exact replica of Ruby Frank. Yeah, I can see that. But the only thing is, Ruby Frank, let that other lady get in her head and put all that stuff in her head. One of her multiple, in Horiana, one of her multiple personalities is in her head, telling her to do that. Nobody else ain't telling her to do that. She doing all that mess on herself. Yes, last night I thought of just giving up caring about the whole situation. That is also gone crossed my mind more than once too. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was gonna go live last night. I was so angry that I had no clue what would come out my mouth. When I get very, very mad, I have no control of my tongue. And I was gonna probably say things that I shouldn't have said. Probably things that I shouldn't even put out there. So I had to not come live. I was so angry last night. The Koreans need to check on KO. That visit to Don really trigger. Shoot, it's triggering them too. Weekly menu. Call. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Corn, boiled eggs, slider, hamburgers, noodles, mayo sandwich. Let me tell you something. When I seen she spent $125 on a seafood boil. She's claiming it came with one lobster tail, one corn, one egg, and three sausage. If you look on that man's website for his restaurant, it tells you everything that's in there. And the only thing that came up to 100, anything close to over $100 was a family meal. And trust me, she got more than that. Yet hmm, she ate half that shit or either took half of it out before she got on live. And then she boiled some corn on the cob and some boiled some eggs, and that's what she fed those kids. But she wants them to eat healthy. That wasn't a well balanced meal. But you ate $125 damn bag. See, I thought she was gonna feed them kids noodles. Nah, she proved me wrong. She did it even worse. She gave them kids some damn boiled corn, and A only had one piece of corn because she caught her before she mixed that sauce up in there. And she didn't want the sauce, so she had a piece of corn. All right, Pam. You have a good night. Oh yeah, she did a lot of peppers and onions. Um, yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean exactly. That doesn't mean that white girls can't dance. White girls can dance too. But she always has to make it about race. You know that. And no, she's not a professional dancer. She's not a ballerina. Ooh, she owns a pair of point shoes. Let's see her do a whole ballet thing. Do you know all of the ballet steps? Hell, I used to take ballet lessons when I was a child, and I do more than what you did. She's still washing, wishing she could get them back. Yeah, she's very greedy. Yeah, she ate most of it before she came online. Cause I went and looked up at that man. I think his name was Boiled Daddy or something like that. And I looked at his menu, and I know this for fact that you go to these seafood boil places, and on the menu it tells you what's in it. So it's not like you don't know, when you get it. It's not like you don't know. You know exactly what you're getting in that seafood boil when you get it. Oh damn, it's really true. Oh shit, it is true. Oh wow. Lord have mercy. Oh, I don't know if I should tell y'all or just post it. Lord, what I just seen. I've seen a lot. Yeah, like I said, white girls can dance, but she's just stupid. Okay, you're gonna rewatch. I seen that. Yeah, she ate most of it. That girl eat everything. That's why Jay kept stuffing them damn eggs in her mouth. You know, does she even make a? I don't even. Does she even cook a whole bunch of tomatoes like she used to? Cause she used to love to cook chop up a pound of like 2 pounds of onions, a pound and a half of damn tomatoes, 2 pounds of damn peppers. She complained Jay ate 4 eggs, and she said she was hungry. Yes, please. There's 51 people in here. I'm quite sure I got a few goats, but that's okay. Y'all behave, and then you can stay. Thank you for the engagement. Where's the mac and cheese, man? Exactly. Cook them some chicken and, like you said, mashed potatoes, some green beans, make a well balanced meal. Okay, a lot of days to go to Julie. Exactly. I don't know why she thinks she's a professional, and especially you do the same 4 moves. Oh, and then we're gonna add that cartwheel. Don't forget she do that cartwheel. I'll say it, Jay and Athena. Now what? Okay. Hmm. She's too heavy footed. Exactly. She go to Julia Art. They get you goddamn right. They gonna laugh at her ass. Just like when she went out there for that belly dancing thing. She talking about, well, I'm doing it the Nigerian way or not, whatever. Talk. She acts, she's sitting there acting like she was like it was a paid performance. Girl, it wasn't a paid performance. A lot of people got to perform there. Their name was printed on the list. Your name was penciled in. And you pretty much had to beg for that spot. And then you made it all about you and sang that stupid ass song. Nothing you did had nothing to do with belly dance. Yeah, Madonna could. I don't know what you mean, what's true. I'm busy rambling. I don't even know. Tell it, tell it, tell it. Thank you. Any menu will tell you what comes in your order. Exactly. So she's lying. Trying to make it sound like, oh, I spent $125 and this is all I got. Girl, you knew what was in that damn bag when you got it, and it didn't cost $125. The only thing that cost 100 and up was family meals. And they ain't put no one lobster tail in a family meal. Tell us what you saw. Oh, okay. I heard that there was a little Mickey Mouse running around the $1.6 million, mansion. I kept seeing people was telling it. Even somebody on the live sat there and said they seen a little Mickey Mouse. Well, I just seen the Mickey Mouse inside a $1.6 million mansion. Hmm. So that's the tea. Can you imagine paying 1.6 million and that child? I wouldn't. Let me tell you something. My dog, I would not let my dog go over there. I have an all white Maltese, teacup Maltese. She ain't gonna have my dog. She gonna be paying for my groomer's fee. Cause that dog will be black by the time she leave out that house. Oh hell nah. I take care of my dog better than I take care of her. I mean, then she take care of them. So this timeshare mother sits there on live stream for an hour and a half with her children or in the house. That's what they do. She sleeps all day. She stays up all night going on everybody's page, seeing what they saying on her about her. I was in dance and figure skated for 16 years. Okay. I've never figure skated, but I used to take tap, jazz, and ballet. And then I got rid of the ballet because I don't know, I didn't like it. Yeah, you got that right. It's professional in her head. Yeah, exactly. She wasn't even supposed to be performed. That's why her name was penciled in. Cause today Jay even let spilt the beans. She said every time I look, this is playing over like boom, it's there, boom, it's there, boom, it's there. Cause she's playing it on repeat, trying to run up them numbers. Cause she posted a new video of it today. Yeah, she's never gonna make American food. Exactly. That's what she does. She wakes up and she grabs that phone. And the mayonnaise sandwich, I never heard of nobody eating mayonnaise and jelly. You got that right. I ain't never heard of nothing like that either. I thought you meant that Squidward had a mustache and a beard. I was gonna say, do you know something we don't? Shoot, she might as well have one because she looked like a man. You're looking more manly every day. She really looking like Skeeter. All the eggs and all of the mayonnaise, that's high cholesterol. Yes, it is high cholesterol. Lucky them girls are young. I never laughed so hard. She put that outfit on, took pictures, and danced to take it off and put it back on the rack. Yeah, they gonna have to fumigate that one. She wasn't dressed like none of them. You know, meat, potatoes. Exactly, that's what I use. I cook a meat, a vegetable, and a side. She's not invited. She bought a ticket and then begged. Exactly, she wasn't invited. I don't believe that shit either. KO will cook vegetables and noodles, but protein, eggs, yes. But like they need other type of protein. You know, you can make meat. I mean she does every now and then, but she very rarely cooks them meat. It's crazy. She didn't have any problem spending. Exactly, she spent that girl's birthday money. They're American citizens with African heritage. Yes. You know, that's the one thing that I like about Ruth. You know what I'm saying? Ruth's kids don't like, where's Ruth from? Ruth from Ghana. She cooks American food for her children because she knows they don't like her food, and she knows they're born American, but yes, they have, what do you call it, Ghanaian or whatever, because she's from Ghana. That's where they have that heritage, but she feeds them what they eat. She cooks them American food every day. She has to ruin that chicken the way she. That child cannot cook. I don't know. I don't know what live Mickey was on. Yes, she has, and that's the weird thing too about the ant. Girl, you too high up. How you getting ants in your house? And you know what? The thing is since she has them, other people have to have them. And they're like, wait a minute, we ain't had these things before. She says she learned belly dance from YouTube. Yeah, she says she watched that lady, but that don't mean you're a professional. She trying to act like, she was the best one there. Girl, sit your ass down somewhere. Be honest with you, I think this whole thing is going to be a rewind and play. Justin is just regurgitating what he did before, nothing more, nothing less. You might be right, but I pray every day that somebody knocks him upside his head and knocks some sense into him. Yes, ma'am. That is why the girl said we can't find the remote. Replay. Exact. You know what? You're right. They said they couldn't find the remote. She kept playing that over and over and over again. And Jay said it, running up the numbers, what they do all the time. Like when a new song comes out, they sit here and play it on repeat. I remember one time she sat there and said, or I don't know if it was her or somebody else. Whatever thing you have, like device you have of your phone, tablet, iPad, put it on there and let it play on repeat all night. So those numbers she had, they're not accurate numbers. And that damn album ain't going no farther than none of her other damn songs, if you want to call them songs. Now tell me, what is that cooking skill of taking for? I saw that. I was like, Lord, what she be calling that meat? She be calling it what's that expensive red meat? And I've never seen it in the hamburger meat. And that's what she be saying. I'm like, girl, that is not what you said. It's not a seafood boil. That was a couple of eggs. Exactly. It was a seafood boil because she took the sauce that was in that bag and poured it over it. So that's what made it a seafood boil. All right, I got 62 people in here, 28 thumbs up. Ladies, please hit this thumbs up, please, and thank you. One reason is she doesn't know how to cook. No, she does not know how to cook. Cause see, them kids they like okay, like A don't like eggs. But she was tearing them eggs up when Nancy was there, she was tearing them eggs up. Is a ment KO is mental. A door was open, closed. Child, there's something wrong with her. Noodles are nothing but starch and starch, and not only that, in all in them salt, them packets, it's a lot of sodium. You hear the neighbor blasting? Yeah, he was blasting his music because she was loud as hell. Hi, Gloria. I was bitten by ants while yeah, she was bitten by ants. Matter of fact, just the other day, she kept saying something had bit her, and she had to take and she washed the sheets. Well, she said she washed the sheets. I don't know if she really did, but apparently, she did get bitten, and it's not the first time. I've seen bites on both them kids. Even when Nancy was there for Christmas, she sat there and said, that A showed her where the ants were. Was bitten by. Okay, Jen. The thing is, the case she could enroll Jay of Athena into dance school. Yeah, she could. But you know what I think Jay would enjoy, what both of them would probably enjoy more is what is it? Gymnastics. Or a matter of fact, since A likes sports and she's a tomboy, which isn't a bad thing. A lot of girls are tomboys when they're young. I was a tomboy. My dad, the way he got me out of that, he put me in modeling school because when I got to be a preteen, because he said he had a girl, and he was tired of me walking around, playing sports. He said I was getting too old to be running around playing sports and playing football with boys. He put me in modeling school. I was devastated. I ain't gonna lie. Drove me up in front of a modeling school, took a pair of high heels out the trunk. I just busted out in tears. I was not up. I was so upset. And he regretted it because I was running in pockets afterwards about clothes and shoes. But yeah, she should put them in something. It's not like she can't afford it. It could be bed bugs. Yes, ma'am, it sure could. That place too big for that. That would be like an amusement park or two. Well, it's not that big of a place if you clean it. If you kind of keep it clean. You know what I'm saying? Because my house is large, but you keep it clean. You know what I'm saying? There's some, like, okay, I have an aunt that lives in a 10-bedroom home in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Like she picks these couple of rooms that she don't even use anymore because everybody don't, it's just her and her husband there. She'll go and clean, dust and mop or vacuum or sweep, whatever. She'll pick do these two rooms to do on this day. Maybe she'll do these three rooms on that day to keep that house clean. She don't even want to live in the house anymore, but her husband don't want to move. But it could be bed bugs, but it's a decent sized house for those kids, but she don't work. She home all day every day. Why can't she clean it up? She can afford a cleaner. These two sisters in YouTube just watch YouTube and you're professional, dumb, fancy, wants people to pay her all this money so she can fake teach how to make money. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about that. Sure enough, that's true. Is that because I'm a dog groomer, so I already know I will have to use a whitening shampoo. Exactly. And her house is too damn dirty. Dog might come back with fleas or something. She met the can of milk. Jay was so hungry. Yeah, that child be hungry. It's so. She's too worried about that child being fat. If she gained any weight, it's nothing but baby fat. As she gets older and gets taller and be more active, like she'll lose it. Egg and corn, yeah, that was just, I couldn't believe she did that. But no, let me take that back. Yeah, I just thought she was gonna make noodles. She was talking about, yeah, she was talking about him. Shoo, she took her over the edge when she seen Don and Justin today. She does know how to cook, but she hasn't cooked a decent family meal since you well, she did cook better when they were together. Yes, she did. I will admit that she did cook better when they were together. That house, oh, it is nasty. Hi, Bobby. If she's having to wait for ants to crawl on the bed sheets before she's washing them and changing, then that means child, she don't do that none of that stuff. Yes, yes, Nancy's daughter had bites on her too. She sure did. Hi, Joan. She absolutely did. Not only doesn't know how to cook, but she's also mean, jealous, gluttonous, greedy, stingy, cheat, fake, manipulative, disgusting, abusive, sadistic, and stinky. Well, damn, you got. Okay, shoot. You make sure you ain't leave nothing out. But you hit all the nails on the head, every last one of them. Both my children started doing martial arts at the age of 7, along with a lot of other activities outside the home. Yes, they do. My kids, the oldest ones were in football and track, basketball. My daughter, she was in cheerleading and things like that. And, well, she did some modeling when she was younger. But then I wanted her to focus more on her school because, they try to be slick with the modeling. Once you miss 3 days of school, if you're going to miss 3 days of school, they have to pay for a tutor. So they try to give you, 2 days of work, give you a day or two off, and then make you come back so they don't have to pay for the tutor. We ain't doing that. You got that right, all of above. Those girls don't even have friends. No, they do not have friends to play with. Was tomboyish. I hated dressing up. I did too. Oh my goodness. I hated that. Um, I remember one time when I came, I used to spend all my summers in Miami with my grandfather, and he He was the deacon of his church. And when my mother packed my suitcase, I took all my church dresses and church shoes out of my suitcase and hid them in my closet. So when I got here, I'm young then. I'm probably like 8, 9. I'm thinking that if I don't have them, I won't have to go to church. My grand, my grandfather just gave money to my grandmother and told her go buy her some church clothes, so I didn't get away from it. Or when my father took me to that modeling school, I'm going in shorts and a t-shirt and a baseball cap, sneakers on, and he told me I had to go change clothes. I'm looking at him like, why? But I went and did what he told me to do. And then when he pulled me up in front of that John Casablanca modeling school, I just busted out in tears. Then when he opened the trunk and pulled out a big pair of high heels, I just really lost it because I already knew what he was getting ready to make me do. And he was like, look, I had a girl, and you're going to be a girl. I hated it. I was mad at my father for a long time until I got into it. I clean 2 rooms from top to bottom every day. Yeah, you have to clean up. It's ridiculous. She's home all day. It just don't make no sense. She has a week to she has a week to clean her home even when her children are there. What is she doing? She's not on social media 24 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? And you sleep during the daytime. You say you sleep. You take naps. But I thought you were so energetic. You can clean up. You teach, and at this age, you teach your children to clean up behind themselves. You say puts all that stuff out. Well, A needs to learn to, at some age, you have to teach them to pick up their toys. You make it into a game. Sometimes you have to reward children. Okay, what is the word? You bribe her with ice cream for everything else. Bribe her with ice cream to pick her toys up. She's just lazy. I don't know how she can cook. Hey, Joan. The reason she doesn't clean it up is because she leaves it to get absolutely gross and then she makes content. Hmm. Shh. I don't even know what the word to say is. But for her to get, she thinks that's content. That's just showing us just how nasty she is because I'm not gonna make no content showing no people how I'm cleaning up my nasty ass house. Yeah, that's sad that she ate powdered milk because she was hungry. I listened to all those songs on spot. Man, I don't listen to them songs. I hear them other places, and there's nothing. They wear their outdoor shoes all over in their home. People and animals spit. Sometimes, most of the time, the kids do. They walk around barefoot, but she's. I don't know. No, first of all, her floors can't get clean because she ain't even got a clean mop. And that damn what do you call it, scrub daddy sponge? That one he about to move out. Yeah, she slept all day. The children got up hungry and she was still asleep and they got in trouble for trying to get something to eat in the kitchen. What did she expect? And I know A was hungry because all she had, I don't even think she ate that whole piece of corn the night before. That's all that baby had. So I know she woke up yesterday morning hungry. Yeah, she's nasty. That rug is dirty. Her floor, everything is dirty. Oh, you have a 120-pound Alaskan. Oh, that vacuum every day. I vacuum every day. My dog doesn't shed that much. My dog is only 5 pounds soaking wet. The problem they're going to have at some point, Jade's going to start acting out in. I said the same thing. Pretty soon, like all that kissing and extra stuff she be doing with her mother, I be saying that same thing. I'm like, one of these days she gonna be going, she gonna go to school, she gonna walk up to her teacher and start kissing all over her stomach and everything. Justin need to put that child in some therapy because she need it. When I tell you my comments get KO enablers all bothered, including Meta. That's why I'm always in Facebook jail with restrictions. Child, I got a whole bunch of my followers are in that can't comment, and there's somebody else in here. She's a constant repeat offender, but I ain't gonna say her name. She stayed in Facebook jail. But they can say whatever they want to. They can sit out here and bully people, threaten people, you know, post their pictures, their family's pictures, put death threats on them. They can do all of that stuff, and not get in trouble. Nothing happens. Then you got Horiana, her children being sexually exposed. They don't even take the video down. It's ridiculous. Put a box upstairs for the toys. Exactly. She can do that. Let's talk about those missing railings. Child, you know, Mr. Houseboy fixed those when they were there. But I guess the only reason why he fixed them because he didn't want the content baby to fall through it. They didn't even last a month. She never puts pajamas. No, she doesn't put pajamas on them girls. They go to bed in them same clothes, unbathed, and then they wake up in them same clothes. Hey, Vanessa. My son was the stubborn one. We would bag up toys and put away for a while, and then he wouldn't do what he was told. Yeah, I had one of them too. And then I started telling them, if you don't pick these toys up, then when I get when I come, like say they'd be home with their father, and I let them know when I get back, if these toys ain't up, they're all going in the trash bag. I would threaten to throw them in the trash. They were up when I got back. Why doesn't I don't That's a good question why LA Fish don't say nothing. I don't think the dad is around that much. Sponge Daddy about to move out. Yes, he is. Shoot, that sponge will never come white again. uh, Let me see. Her wiping crumbs on the floor. Exactly. She wipes them crumbs all on the floor and pouring the water. Yeah, you're right. She takes those dishes, she shakes them, and she doesn't dry them, and then she piles them up. Maybe that's why she's not putting them in the cabinets anymore. She used to put them away in the cabinet wet. Maybe she started seeing that damn mold growing up in there again. Because now she puts all her dishes and stuff piled up on the counter in the corner. She used to put it in the cabinet. You know what? See, you just told on yourself. I ain't mentioned no name. You told on yourself, ma'am. I was watching her dance video from New York. People were looking at their phones more than her. Yeah, she thought she was over. She really went out there thinking she was a shit. Acting like, and her goats think she was at a paid damn performance. Please. Hi, Sharon. Pool. She said today she sent A upstairs because she wanted to talk personal with her fans. putting her tongue out, rolling her eyes, and was that when she was spent there what do you call it, ranting about JD? Hi, I am Siri. Hi, Vanessa. Because she is on social media all day. Yes, she is. Because we all know that when she's not on live stream, she's stalking everybody else's page, and she does do that. You know, she says, "Oh, I don't care, and I don't respond." You know, she was saying that tonight. Yeah, you're not responding because your goats are responding for you. You're saying everything's all good, everything's okay, everything's all right. Girl, them bags up under them eyes tell it all. Hmm. And you were very, and everything Don said, Stoney said, but you really worried about part three from Stoney. You don't know you know what that girl, what she experienced or what she seen in your house, and you worried about what she gonna say. And when she say it, we will be analyzing that. Island was dirty. Yeah, exactly. It should be, I was raised to clean as you cook. You know what I'm saying? Like she should be wiping that stove down every day, wiping the kitchen counters, the the kitchen island, all that stuff should be wiped every day. No, we didn't know. I wasn't raised that way. Wait a minute. LA Fish is the leader of the pack. Probably because I really don't know what the heck she was. I don't even know what the heck she sees in her. That's why she has so many ants. Exactly. Yeah, she was talking about JD. Like he cares that he can't go to Oregon. You care more about him signing them passports than he does about going to Oregon. Shoot, his mama just came here to see his kids so he could go to a wedding and around all the famous people, and you couldn't go. When the last time you been to a event with famous people there? Because I think the last time you went to one of them events, I think that's when you were friends with Stony and Don. You ain't been invited to no place. Anyway, no matter what they do, we all shall overcome. Good always wins in the end and prevails over all evil. Well, I know I wish it would hurry up because I am so tired of watching them kids suffer. JD has had to move from that apartment because of mold. Exactly. She responds under her fake account. She has plenty of fake accounts. That's lies. She is stalking. Yes, she's stalking all pages. Why? How come everybody that went on that be going on Don's lives and comments, especially comment negatively, they happen to get blocked. I purposely put myself out there just to be funny. Now, if Justin was smart, he would go ahead of the curve and he could make an appointment with the school. Hmm. Let's see if he do that. But I'm not holding my breath on that one. I'm not gonna hold my breath on that one. All I know is somebody need to save them, 'cause it just don't make no damn sense. You know how she did that child today. Like, isn't like that's like corporal punishment. Put like, your hands in the air, up in the air, and close your eyes. Like what was the purpose of closing your eyes? Like, are you serious? It's crazy. As long as I could stand to watch her last video, she kept saying, "We move." Yeah, we move is her code word. It's her code word. They were so upset about that. Dude, you should see the comments. Them goats were writing on their pages. Oh, Justin couldn't afford to pay for a haircut. Who said he couldn't afford? They did that. Y'all don't realize they did that shit to piss y'all off, and it worked. Some of y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all blood pressure sky high. Some of y'all had to take a damn drink or two. Done lost y'all damn minds. Yes, thank you, hot stuff. There's 67 people in here. I got 43 thumbs up. Please, click the thumbs up, ladies. Thank you. That's a good one. We move and she hasn't moved in 4 years. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Somebody sat there and said, what did they say about TMZ? Something about TMZ would I think it has to do, oh, she talking about if JD take the girls out of the state, when he get back, fly back into the airport, he gonna be in handcuffs. Yeah, okay. Talking about TMZ will cover her because she's a celebrity. The only reason why TMZ spoke your name before is because your sister called them, and you if they did a update on that fake attack. Nah, they ain't do no update. And you said the BBC and all the news down there played it, covered it. Yeah, why don't you post that on your page? Cause that ain't true. And I have quite a few people who lived in the UK that said it was not on any of their stations. I tried that and it didn't work. And then when it was in the way, I threw him away. Y'all be self snitching on y'all. Oh, y'all gotta do better. I don't be self snitching. She is all barking. Yeah, she all barking, no bite. Swearing up and down she can do this and she can do that. Girl, please. You talk all that mess behind that camera. Baby A thinks she is a boy because KO told her she told her that she's the man of the house. Wow. Yeah, she probably is looking for another GoFundMe, but she can't open up another one because her other GoFundMe is still open. She can get, what is it, 23, I think $23,000. She can still get on that fund, so she can't even open up another one. But the boat goats didn't get it when Horace said, "I got the means to take the girls on trips." And yet, how many times has she begged because she doesn't know how she is going to make her mortgage? Exactly. My children had a toy room, also had the chest in their bedrooms. Exactly. Instead of making that so called studio of hers, that should have been a playroom. That she should have made that a playroom. And after a couple of weeks, it goes up 300 to join. Laughing. Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. Laughing and giggling like she ain't hurt. Yeah, it's fake. Could see it in her face. Could see them damn bags up under her eyes. Her dummies bet not tell her shit. Just send stars. No truth because she will. Hmm. Exactly. Talking about, I don't, I don't do all that stuff because, it could, I know it could come back on my generation. You do it. You tell everybody, I put it on your whole generation. Child, please. And you banging them damn drums. Every time you beat them drums, all they do is go back in reverse to your ass. You think you upset now? Okay. You about to be real upset. Or, what to say? Bloody autocorrect. My children had a specific toy room that toys were not allowed on. You know, exactly. I have a friend like that. She has a toy room. And you better not take a toy out that room. It already affected her whole generation. Exact. And the thing is, when they put all these curses on JD, do they not understand that the girls are also his generation? They're not just KOs. That's also his generation. But they just plain stupid. None of them people got any damn sense. If they nothing that girl does is wrong, they agree with everything she does. Best mom ever, best mom ever. Bullshit. Oh, you're just so beautiful. You're going where? Now, don't get me wrong. If you're a pretty girl, I'll give you your props. I'll tell you you're pretty. But that one right there, no, she has aged a lot. And I'm going to tell you something. She better lay off that liquor because that liquor will have her ass looking real old real quick. Like it already is. Nobody ever said those people are the brightest. Huh? You got that right there. And the elevator don't go all the way up either. It's stuck in between floors. She don't take them girls anywhere within the state. Exactly. She can go to places in the states. She claims that she can't, but there's plenty of places she can go to in California. Sometimes, when I lived up north, sometimes me and my kids would take a weekend trip to, you know what I'm saying, places out there. Places that took maybe like a 3 hour drive or something like that. Sometimes I even now, me and my son, we go to Miami. Takes me like 4 hours just to drive to Miami. And we'll spend 2 3 days there. She can take them places she don't want to. Hi, Kathy. That's probably why anything I like pertaining to that subject was blocking you from liking anything else that I was scrolling on Facebook. I couldn't like for a whole day. Yeah, Laura, you were probably had a restriction because a lot of people are getting restrictions to where they can't comment. But because they just sit here, I mean, and they'll sit here and come on one of my posts, and that post will be from 3 weeks ago, and they'll go through it and start reporting comments, and it's stupid. I've seen eggs more beautiful. Yeah, but that's what they do. They do it to all of our pages. They go through there and they just start reporting pages. And then you sit there and like I made that comment 3 weeks ago. But they can do what but thing is at some point they gonna lose their page. I heard because somebody already lost their page over there. Well, one of their pages. Didn't Justin take the girls? Yes, he did. He took them to what is it? Great Wolf Lodge. He took them to Great Wolf Lodge. And the thing is I don't even know if she needs a birth certificate because I've taken my son on the plane. Of course, he doesn't have an ID, because of his age. They didn't ask me for his birth certificate. They didn't ask me for no paperwork. He just, all I had was his ticket. And the only thing different from him is he didn't have to take off his shoes going through TSA. Now, whether they've changed things, that I don't know. And actually, Justin has went to Oregon twice. He went by himself, and then he also went out there. Remember, they drove out there that time with Taja. You mean to tell me KO gave him permission twice? I don't believe that. But I just don't see her wanting to take those girls anywhere. Because one, she's gonna have to buy 3 plane tickets. She's gonna have to feed them, and she can't run all over the place, shaking her ass. Yeah, she want to take them back to Nigeria. Mm-hmm. See all the cousins. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're right. There's only 2 cousins that they haven't seen. She might. What it was to say. Um. Justin will be a fool to give them exactly. That's why he's not giving them a He's not signing it. Everybody at before used to tell her, "Oh, he has to sign it. You can make him sign it." No, they can't make him sign that. He does not have to have her permission as long as his visitation week. He doesn't need her. Okay, he doesn't need her permission to take them anywhere within the states during his time. I know damn Dr. Justin, we are getting tired. We have family. I think because she has a different surname from the children. Um, no, because my son has a different surname from me. I didn't have to show anything. All I had was his plane ticket. They didn't ask me for no birth certificate. They didn't ask me for nothing. We were flying within the United States. And like I said, the only thing different, he had special treatment because, I guess only under a certain age, he didn't have to take his shoes off going through TSA. Because he was laughing at me because I had to take my shoes off and he didn't have to. Justin also took KO and Baby J to his family home in Oregon. Yeah, she's been out there before. But I just don't, even if she just doesn't want to travel. She doesn't, well, she wants to travel, but she doesn't want to take them. She doesn't want to take them. And I'm quite sure, like, half the time, she don't even know what's in the court agreement, in the 50-50. Or either she, you know what I'm saying, or she's too stupid to read it. Or she didn't, or her lawyer didn't explain anything. But even if they did, she probably didn't pay any attention. Because remember, she was like, "Oh, I didn't know I got the girls on Mother's Day." Girl, you wanted to go to damn Hawaii, so just shut up. But if Justin can fly within the United States without her permission, and it's in that court agreement, then trust me, he gonna do what he wants to do. Justin's not gonna, I'm quite sure there's times he don't want to send them girls back, but he does it because it's in the court order. Sorry, but he just reminds me of Yoko Mono. There's no point to come in this social media and moaning about things, even if he has to keep going down the legal route. Yeah, that's true. He is not required to sign for passports. No, he is not. And he should not. When she's talking about he's just trying to do it to be hateful. Didn't you fly down there once before when it was just all you had was Jay and you threatened not to bring her back? and he had to fly down there. So yes, I can't blame him for not wanting to sign the passports. Well, she only had a secondary education. Yeah, you're probably right about that. She is damaging those kids. She sure is. JD is doing what we are going through this. Hmm. Yeah, he needs to stop playing. I'll agree with that. She wants to travel to different countries to be important, just to say where she is going. Like exactly. She knows deep down that her music ain't going nowhere. Every damn day talking about that damn album, like it's some, like she's some. Oh, somebody tonight told her, "Oh, you need to collaborate with Beyonce." I'm just like, bitch, what the hell wrong with you? Beyonce would never. Somebody need to send Beyonce that song she was singing of hers. It's the court that doesn't allow KO to travel anywhere with the kids. No, it's not the court. Because Justin can sign he can sign those the passports if he chooses to. The court can't tell him not to sign the passports. No, damn well that he doesn't need her permission to take. Yeah, talking about, oh, he gonna go to prison. He's gonna go to prison. He needs to go and fix things at immigration. He sure do. He sure does. He should have did that from the beginning. All I can tell you guys are some more stuff coming up. Oh, really? Well, I hope so. She never get any university education. Exactly. Because she didn't. It's not going to be in her benefit, really. Now, don't be having me tell you. I'm going to be telling you in a minute now. You better come damn private message me. Don't be teasing me now. She doesn't take care of them here. Imagine. Exactly. Exactly. She's not going to take care of them. You got that right. Beyonce would never. Oh, she got new dummies? Not surprised. She said today album is collab of all her songs from the past 10 years. Really? Because I know I did hear her sing the other day. She sang some new song, and I was just like, "What the hell is that?" I didn't even understand which the hell she was saying. Half her songs you can't understand shit. But I thought he was in prison. Oops, sorry. That was just a marriage. Yeah, and she likes to act all the time, sound all the time like, you know, I divorced him. Girl, he left you. Okay, you don't forget that. You didn't leave him. You cried domestic violence, but he left you. You did not leave him. You ran to divorce to file for divorce first because you thought it was going to be in your favor. That's the reason why you ran to divorce him first. He left you. Your goats are saying, "Oh well, she made it in America by herself. She got citizenship by herself." How the hell did she get to the US? She didn't get here by herself. If that's the case, she would have brought her ass here instead of getting married to Justin. He brought her here on a K-1 visa. Without Justin, she wouldn't have got to California. Try to keep in mind that Justin lives in California, and that's a liberal state with a lot of political crap, and CPS is really hard to deal with. I don't care how hard they deal with, because if it was me, I'm going to keep fighting. I'm not going to give up on mine. Yeah, Beehive would beat her down. You got that right. She already got in trouble with Shakira. And then she makes it sound like Shakira actually heard her song and put that copyright. No, it's whoever deals with, her music was put on there and there's copyrights on it, just like KO does with hers. Shakira didn't watch you do that walk that everybody else does. You act like you the only one who did that runway walk. That man has his own page. He's, all over social media. He makes decent money doing that. Baby A says she knows how to pretend. She says she loves to video her kids. She gets stars. Didn't DT said she's not allowed to publish music? Yes, he did. So I don't know what songs he produced. So it'll be very interesting to see when this so-called album comes out. Some asked her to sing one of her songs, and I had to laugh because she was grumbling some African. That might have been what I heard. Boy, when somebody in the comments section said she has no content, she went ballistic. Exactly. Truth hurts. Because you know what I'm saying? That's why she drags them kids into the camera frame all the damn time. They can't even eat in peace. Soon as one starts walking away, especially Jay, she reaches over and snatches her right back in. I think that was a lie. Shakira ain't exactly. It's not. It's when you put your music on. Okay, this is why Stony couldn't upload her song. That song. It was copyrighted. She put it, when she uploaded to YouTube and all that stuff, she put a copyright on it. Because sometimes if I want to add music, some of that stuff is free. Some of it will tell you that if and she should have knew this from the time she did it. So I don't know why she waited and told that lie, because it will tell you you can use that song, but it will tell you that other artist will receive any revenue from it. So she's lying when she acts like somebody just came in there and stole her money. No, she knew when she picked that song, because it tells you that that's a copyrighted song. You can play it, you can use it, but Shakira is going to get that revenue from it. So she lied about that. She thought by divorcing him first, she could get what's called over domestic violence, and she was an immigrant. Yeah, but just that's why she went and did a restraining order. But I don't know if she knew how restraining orders work here. Yeah, they gave her a restraining order, but a lot of people get an emergency one. It only lasts for so long. Then you get a court date, which that he gets to go to, and you have to prove it. She couldn't prove it. She put a curse on them after they said no content. Oh, but I thought she said she don't do that. She said she don't put curses on people. You do it all the damn time. Hell, you was beating them damn drums last week, knowing that they always reverse on your ass. LA Fish has a niece. I knew it was a niece, or I knew it was a daughter or a niece. Well, she needs to lose her job. I'm just gonna keep it real. She needs to lose her job. Chokehold when trying to eat. Shakira got her on a copyright and she took the money so she earned off. Exactly, but the thing is, Shakira didn't Shakira didn't watch her do that little runway thing. Her music was on the internet as copyright. I used to get copyright infringements when I posted some artist music. Exactly. And it's not like they actually ran across your page and seen that you played their song. No, it's copyrighted, so Facebook, it just automatically did it. Did you see her hold Jay by the back of her neck on the hamburger bread? She held it back for a while. No, I didn't miss that. Oh my goodness, really? I I don't. You know what? I do not know what the hell is that girl's problem with her with that little girl. I don't know why she dislikes that child so badly. It just makes me, oh my God. Let me stop before I say something. I know you have a lot more freedom on YouTube, but the things that I really want to say, they wouldn't like. But I don't understand why she is like that with that little girl. She really dislikes that girl. She also said featuring Stony is how she put it. She didn't put featuring Stony, her lying ass. She would have got her legal citizenship. Oh, yeah, she would have. She would have got it. Yeah, you're right about that. She would have. Only curse she can put on people is that stench. I can't stand when she speaks ill on people's mothers. Exactly. Sharon, yes, she gives LA Fish a heads up. And in turn, she notifies G. But you know what? Sometimes I think she just makes it disappear too. I don't think they always show up because when CPS is called, they have 24 hours to show up. I think a lot of times it just disappears. I think she only gives LA Fish a heads up for ones that she can't catch. And if she's going to do something like that, she should not be working there. Because I don't care if y'all know her or not. What if it's a really serious issue that could really cause harm to these children? That bread was stale, of course. Hmm. I think she hates both girls but uses A against J for views and money. Yeah, and she likes A better. I don't know what her problem with J is. Oh, I know she damn sure happy that them girls are leaving tomorrow. And especially since it's spring break, she can sleep as late as she wants. Oh, and then she can also eat good too. There are so many that are related to that. Hmm. Narcissistic parents get jealous of their own kids, plus they just take and don't know how. And matter of fact, on her video tonight, when she was talking about Justin, she kept calling him a narcissist. I'm like, girl, you didn't even know what the word narcissist was until a lot of your goats started calling Justin that. You're a narcissist. I'm sorry, but I never heard somebody sing so out of tune. Child, that girl, shoot, she really thinks she can sing. She really thinks she can sing. She thinks she can dance. Like yesterday, tomorrow, you guys like my dress, bitch? That was a shirt. That wasn't a dress, that was a shirt. And stop going to them people's park dressed like that. Like, come on now. You going to a damn park full of kids, half damn dressed. You need to sit your ass down somewhere. Remember that time that man said something to her about doing all those exercises and spreading her legs? Oh, she ain't like that. But I tell you one thing, she ain't run her mouth to that man either. I thought she was gonna say something back to that man, but I guess she knew better. Said JD's not jealous of his children. She's jealous of them. She's jealous of them. I don't believe he is. That was a negligee with boy shorts on for real. How did she get June to school on time? Who knows? Seems like she's always late because she's always saying, we're running late, we're running late. You wouldn't be late if you wouldn't have to do a video every morning. Like, you don't have to show that child every morning. Like, give her a break. Like they talk about Justin broke court orders because he did that video talking about her. She talks about him every day. Every day, it's my ex, domestic violence, my ex, domestic violence. You were talking about him tonight. The girls are not supposed to be the main focus of the videos, but they are the main focus every damn time you are on live video. Even when Jay's at school, it's Athena. Oop, I meant to say A. But you're breaking the law. You're breaking the court order with that. Would you say? Oh, I got heartburn. She is a typical narcissist. Projects a lot of what evilness she is on others, and that is why she called JD a narcissist. Also, yeah, she goes. Yeah, let me tell you something. She with Jay when it comes to Jay. She's causing so many emotional problems for that child. I mean, my heart just breaks for her. Hell, she already sleeps until noon out of her mouth. Exactly. How many hours can she sleep in 24 hours? I don't know. She doesn't. She's late all the time. And that's what the thing that gets me too. She don't even feed that girl breakfast. Like when um she gets to school late, so she can't even get breakfast at school. Hopefully, a thing will start school in September, and she'll have social interaction. What? She's 4 now. I think she can go to preschool, but preschool isn't all day. I don't believe. I know preschool used to be a half a day, unless unless you need some type of special needs. Like maybe Athena, because you notice like she doesn't say a lot of words properly. Now, because I was listening to that tonight. Now I'm like, now, well, if June said that, the first thing you do is correct her and make her say the word correctly, but she doesn't do that with A. So I'm not sure, but I know here, um, you could start preschool at 4. Because kindergarten starts at 5. Then she probably comes back and sleeps till noon. Exactly. A entertains herself. Like she sure is. I believe that. She got that nose is running too much. Yes, she is in daycare. And I'm glad because, I'm glad he's not using people that he, met on the internet. No, she don't comb her hair. GM does not comb her hair. Hmm. Yeah, she doesn't comb her hair. And then she wonders why it hurts all the time. Because you don't comb it. Clearly, she's not in it enough because her social skills. You got that right. The look on horror when she picked up the girls with their faces painted and they told them they were at a birthday party. Yeah, see, people don't mind having the girls around their children when they're with their father because they know their father's gonna show up dressed and their mother will show up half naked. Somebody had said, and I don't know if this is true or not, that there's, I guess, a single, there's a, she has a, Jay has a friend at school, and I guess, uh, she lives with her father. You know, he's supposed to be a single father, and he wants Jay to be able to come over there and play. I don't know how true that is, but my thing is I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with the man, but I would never let my daughter go over to this single father's house. My love, yeah. But the fact of the matter is that is all of us get physical violations by her on our eardrums every time we have to let you got that right. When they says my love is hilarious, she letting her uh A's funny at times, but she's also, an instigator. The funny thing is, A is now trolling her because she's mocking her. Yeah, she is. And she is too dumb to see it. Just like when Panda was, you know, doing the it smells and thumbs down, she's standing next to him giggling, didn't realize that, he was dissing her, disrespecting her right there in front of her face. And she was all giggling. Matter of fact, y'all see my post? I'm gonna tell you, Panda, man, he looking kind of he looking real rough now. When I ran up across that, 'cause at first when they kept saying that was designer, and I'm just like, designer? I did not believe that was him at first by that picture. And I was like, oh shit, it is. The doc might move farther away, but he is waiting till closer to next year. He said it will be easier to drop them at the same school. That's very true. And suddenly she likes baby A afro because yeah, that's the exact reason why she likes it. Because she don't have to comb it. Now when JD brings her back with her hair looking the same way, they'll complain. I don't believe I don't believe a word that comes out of her mouth either. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's doing time. I know he was arrested for was it? Level 3 domestic abuse or something like the domestic violence. So he hasn't, he really hasn't gone through court yet. And but when he came into her house, he had already been in trouble. If I'm not mistaken, was it once or twice? He was arrested for masturbating on an airplane, and I think the other one was street drugs. If y'all know what I mean by that, he's what you call, what do they say, a one hit wonder. because he really never went anywhere after that song of his went viral. I think it's Panda or something like that. Okay, he was released the next day. So I don't know. It depends because I know the girl said that she wouldn't be scared if he came back. Now, because the police were called, they had to, arrest him. Well, he wasn't there, but they had to put an arrest warrant out for him. But some states, if the woman drops the charges, they will pick it up. There's some states that will allow you to drop the charges. So I don't know if the charges are still on him or not. Where was he? Dang, where was his angry when he did the smell? I don't know. Maybe she put something in that jollof rice. I don't know. But when I read the article, his girlfriend said he came home angry. He came home angry and in a bad mood. She asked for the car keys because she had to, I don't know, get something out the car or go get somewhere. He gave her the keys, took their baby upstairs because they have a baby or a little boy. I don't know if he's a baby, but a little boy, and he went upstairs with the baby, and next thing you know, they said he snatched. The thing said he snatched the keys out of her sweatpants pocket, and he snatched it so hard that it ripped the sweatpants off. I'm just like, well, damn, how hard did he snatch them? If they ripped the damn sweatpants, that's crazy. And then he took to put the baby in the car and was gonna leave, but she was able to get the little boy out the car. So that's what I heard about that. Now, like I said, I don't know if she's gonna drop the charges because I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say a lot of women do drop the charges. So I don't know. Unless, I don't even know where he getting money unless he still makes money off that song. Because he don't make no money no more. Like, soon as KO seen him there and she found out who he was, she got all excited. He ain't famous. He was a one-hit wonder. He never made nothing. It's just that song Panda went viral. That was it. She thinks jollof rice is the reason that's solution. That's why you right got that she up. Yeah, you got that with a special ingredient. I don't know why she makes it for everyone. I'm still laughing about the Don video. What was the funny one for me is where he used the Radiance cookware top. But then people they are upset because he got he has that Radiance cookware pot sitting on his stove. See, I'm petty. I would destroy that. I would do a video and destroy the pot. That's just how petty I am. Y'all want to talk about that pot being on my stove? Yeah, I'm gonna give you something to talk about. As I destroy that pot, as I show how I know he's had to heard the stories about how the pot chips and all that other stuff. Oh, I'd be showing exactly how bad the pot is right on video. Let me stop before I give him some ideas. That's the dirty content 50 houses and dummies love. Dirt from Lego. Yeah, Don is funny. And the thing is they do not like that. They're not bothering him. They think they're getting under his skin, but they're not. And that's one of the things that they don't like. And they just don't understand because, they're so used to harassing and bullying and threatening and running people off, but they're not doing that to him. Men should, you right about that. That's the old saying. Like, men, be careful about eating that spaghetti. Now, I don't know if that mess is true, but that used to be the saying back in the day. I do have a video feeding my dog out of it. Really? That's funny. That video you should post. Matter of fact, if you don't want to post it, send it to me. I'll post a video of the dog eating out of that pot. Don is clever than all of them put together. Yeah, he ain't bot. Yeah, they ain't bot. They are not bothering him. They are not bothering him. Yeah, he enjoyed that rice, but you know what? She was too starstruck with him. You know what I'm saying? And thinking 'cause she put something on him. Child, please. You didn't even look that man up. You brought a strange man. Even though your kids weren't there, you brought a strange man in your home. You can't do that today. You can't just meet some man and they tell you, oh, that's designer. Yeah, you heard of his song, but have you heard of any other songs? You didn't know that he, was masturbating on a plane and all that other stuff. Child, please. He could go back to court and ask that restrict registered sex offenders from being present in your. Yeah, that's true, but will he do it? Will he do it? That's the thing. But that would also mean his own home as well. That is very true. Just like when he wanted the girls taken off of social media. But he knows that if he asks for any type of order like that, he does know they're not going to just put it on her. They're going to say him too. The first time he took the girls off of social media and he wasn't showing them. And then he went to court to have the kids taken off of social media from her. He knew the judge was going to say both. And that's what the judge said, both of them. But Justin had already stopped showing them. And we haven't seen them girls in over 2 months. Almost 3 months with Justin. We heard their voice one time when they were riding in the car, but he didn't show them. I wouldn't, I would buy the cheapest, tackiest wig and some stick on boogly eyes and put on that pot and call it radiant lookwear. He bought Chris. Yeah, he did bring Crystal into his home, but he didn't know Crystal was gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? He didn't know because a few of us knew. Well, we know her well like that, but I couldn't believe she did that. And he didn't just meet her off the internet. She knew his mother, and even his mother was shocked. So I'm not going to say that he purposely did that. Should he have been a little bit more aware about what, and I don't know what the reason, like, why would you want her to fly from one state to another state to come into your home and watch your kids? Yes, I will sit here and say he should have been a little bit more careful. I'm not going to sit here and say that, he shouldn't have done better. I'm not going to sit here and say that Justin is perfect and he hasn't made mistakes because he has made mistakes. And yes, if you're talking about KO, yes, she drags them into the camera. Things had quieted down and she fucked it up for him again. Who are you talking about, KO? Because Actually, Justin is what brought everything back to himself. But I'm quite sure he knew once he came out and gave Stoney that page, that they were going to harass him again. Even though they were starting to harass him before that, they were, they were um, blaming him, you know, they were blaming Justin for whatever happened between KO and Stoney and Don. Oh no, Crystal. Yeah, that's true. That is very true. But I don't even think KO was gonna do the restraining order because she missed the first two. She only finally went through with it because her goats were harassing her, and they were upset that she didn't do it. But yes, you're right. She did make things worse for him. Yes, he did. Yeah, I will agree. He did make some poor decisions. He did, and that's one of the reasons why I'm glad he put A into a daycare. Instead of having this person or that person or meeting this person, we ain't gonna forget about the last crazy nanny, Jeeba. And stop meeting these women online. You don't know what who these people are on really are like online, and then you moving them into your house and have them watching your kids. And so I'm glad he finally took the advice that everybody had been giving him, and he put her in daycare. Sorry, but if they start going back at him, he's only got himself to blame now because well, I'm quite sure he knew. He had to have known it was gonna happen. I mean, I don't think Justin is that stupid that he didn't realize that once he put himself out there with Don and Stoney that they weren't now gonna come after him. The only thing is, I think he's a little bit stronger than he was before. He's been being harassed, bullied, threatened. They have threatened to unalive this man, and this has been going on for 4 years. So I do think he's gotten a little bit stronger. And like he said, I don't give a fuck. I think he just knows it's just never gonna stop. He blocked all of Nigeria, and it still didn't stop. Yeah, it's getting worse than it was, because it was dying down. I did like the fact that he was ignoring her, and they weren't making any content. But this is what he chose to do. So he just has to deal with whatever consequences come with it. Let me see. He wants to pay for us, which he keeps saying he does, then just don't engage. He's his own worst enemy sometimes. Justin was hot under the collar when June told him that her mother slapped her because she didn't want to be on the camera, and he called her a horrible mother. Well, she's a horrible mother for other reasons too. So yeah, and we don't know what else that little girl told him. I'm quite sure she told him. Um, I'm quite sure she told him other things too. Okay, Cheryl. Don is discreet. JD isn't. Ah, I'm not gonna comment on that one. I think I think neither one of them are discreet, to be honest. He could take the words in the harassment, but she crossed the line when Jay told. Exactly. Exactly. Like, you don't do that. Like, okay, Ruth and Derek, I don't know if y'all remember. I don't know if you guys watch them. I really don't watch them, but every now and then I might see something. And I remember Ruth was going addressing people because they were telling her, like, you favor your youngest daughter and your son. You never put your oldest daughter on camera. Why are you, treating them two better than you do the oldest daughter? And Ruth told them, she said she didn't want to be on camera. When I go live, I ask her, do you want to be on camera? She says no. She says every now and then she says yes. But most of the time she says no. I'm not going to force her to be on camera if she doesn't want to. I like that. I like the fact that she didn't force, I think her oldest daughter's name is Summer. I like the fact that she didn't force that child to be on camera just to make some money. I like that. Now it's the Nigerians within the state. Exactly. If he takes her back to court, she can do another GoFundMe, so it could hurt her. Well, her other GoFundMe is still open. She can get up. She can I think because she raised $77,000. Her goal was $100,000. So that's what, $23,000 that she can still get on there. What Justin should have done rather than coming on social media and saying about the allegations that were made against Squidward physically. Exactly. He shouldn't have. I mean, I agree with you. And, and I've said that. I wish he never said that on social media because it was like he said it and then Jay was just thrown to the wall. She was thrown back in the fire. Justin is only human and makes mistakes, like anyone, but he's not a narcissist, and that's why he apologizes. Very true. Very true. He has made mistakes, but I will, and I do agree he's the better parent. For a court-appointed professional child therapist to have a session with Jay on their own without any coaching from him at all, that way it will be legally recorded. Um, but that's only if they go to court. You know, I don't know if he can just ask for a court appointed professional therapist. But I do believe she needs to be in therapy. Because I'm quite sure there's a lot going on with her. Because my heart. I mean, I feel bad for both of those girls, but Jay, I mean, she gets the worst of it. And it's just crazy. For your mother to sit here, don't be trying to be a hating ass, and then pause, and then realize she's still on camera and say, child, or I think she said child. No, you hesitated because you were getting ready to say, don't be a hating ass bitch. That's what you really wanted to say. You caught yourself, which is why you hesitated and changed it. I think it was child. Yeah, I think it was child or girl. It was one of them. No, you hesitated because that's not what you were gonna say. If she's gotten back to a child therapist and she tells the therapist what's going on, exactly, the therapist is required to they're mandated reporters. Yeah, Jay is smart. She knows everything that's going on, and which is why I always say she knows how to she knows how to perform, and not perform. She knows how to survive in her mother's house. She knows how to survive in her mother's house. She knows what she needs to do, what she has to do. She knows if the food is spicy, she still has to eat it or she's going to go hungry. That she doesn't like, she really does not like swallow, but she says she likes it because she knows she has to eat it. A likes it. Jay has never liked it. But Horror has been bad mouthing Justin. Exactly. That's why I don't understand. Even at the exactly. But you know, but that's what they're getting mad talking about. Oh, he can get in trouble for talking about her. She could get in trouble. How many times has she broken the court order? She had like the book with her pamphlet. Every day, my ex abuse. He abused me. Now she added new stuff. Last week it was, oh, I wanted to go. It was my birthday. I wanted to go to the party. I wanted to go to a party. I wanted to go out for my birthday, and he threw water in my face. Bitch, you ain't said that in 4 years. Now all of a sudden, where the water come from being thrown in your face? You were just talking about him today. The whole thing about the damn what do you call it? The passport. You constantly talk about him. It's just stupid. So she can get in trouble too. Yes. Oh yeah. You see, you called it that nervous laugh. That nervous laugh. That nervous laugh. Yeah, that means she's lying. I believe JD can take her back to court for parental alienation and abuse and demand that GM pay for the therapist. He can, but is he going to do that? I don't favor either of my children. They both be annoying equally when they. You got that right. I have never favored my children. What I do for one, I do for the other. I don't like when she favors A over J. She'll give ice cream or something to A. J will ask for it and she'll tell her no. Then you shouldn't have gave it to A. You don't do that. Yeah, poor children. You got that right. I remember the look she used to give Justin behind his back. She's been extra nice to Jay this week in the excuse of a human and mother and was in therapy for 3 years on how to handle enough. Yeah, but you know what? It seems like she didn't pay it, that niceness was gone the way she treated Jay today. And somebody said something else she did to Jay. I just can't remember what it is. But it looks like that's all out the window now. That's what it looks like. Nobody's going to enforce that because both of them said they weren't going back to court. I mean, as far as I know, Jay is learning to, yes, she's learning to act like her, but A is learning how to manipulate and sweet talk her. Exactly. Find to convince those people that she's not on drugs, nose always running. Exactly. But they believe everything she say. That girl knows run too much. I know the signs. Doc has been pushed beyond his limits of endurance. It's only fair that we let him be. Everyone feels obligated to talk about his situation. But when he does, all hell breaks loose. True. That's very true. Everybody thinks that they can talk, but he's not supposed to talk. I mean, I'm a firm believer in everybody, and I always say this, everybody has a limit. Like my limit, I I don't have much of a limit. I'm going to say something like right away. Some people take longer, some people can be pushed even farther. It's just like the last time he talked. KO talked about that man for what, 2 years before he spoke out. And then when he spoke out, all hell broke loose because he spoke. Just like now, they're mad at him because he spoke about KO. Well, that chick been talking about him every damn day. Of course, he's only human and people make mistakes. But when you keep repeating no mistakes, knowing the consequences, then at what point, then use a different strategy. That's true. And I'm hoping at some, well, I'm just all like, look, I don't know the man personally. I don't know what's going on in his head. You know, I know it's got to be a lot, but I'm hoping for the girl's sake, you know, that he's going to do something, but I don't know. I really don't know. Allergies, yeah, right. Yeah, she got allergies to them ants in her house. Baby J knows how to act along to avoid exactly. While A knows how to cry the loudest and is a very yeah, just like tonight, you know, when okay, Jay came in the kitchen, or either she called her and asked her, did she want to water the plant? She said no. A said she wanted to do it. So she was happy to jump up and, probably because you had to do it water and fill up that watering can. And Horiana told Jay she had to help her and all this other stuff. Then next thing whatever happened, I'm trying to make a long story short. Kay got on to, because Jay was putting hot water in it, and then Jay sat there and said she's putting hot water in it. That of course that ended up being Jay's fault. And well, that the mother ended up making it like it was Jay's fault and got on Jay about it. And then A stuck her finger in her face and was like, that's what you get. June slapped her finger away, and she was accused of hitting A. And that's how she got mad. She really got in trouble and got sent to the corner and had to hold her arms up in the air and close her eyes. And then even after when Horiana called her out of the corner to chastise her some more, and then I guess she didn't tell her to go back in the corner because Jay didn't. Now here comes A. Oh, she's not in her naughty corner. She's not. She must have did it like 5 times before. And Horiana kept telling her to leave her alone. But so yeah, she knows how to. She's a little instigator, but that's her mother. It has her that way. You can find therapists that are also mandated court therapists as well. That's true, but I'm not in his shoes and I don't talk to him, you know. I'm hoping, I hope that he has somebody around him that can give him some good advice, but I'm not in that uh position. I would hope that he would talk to the school. Just like her parenting classes, she learned absolutely nothing. I don't even think she finished those parenting classes. How much do you really think any therapist is going to solve all of her mental issues? You got that right. Where KO was pregnant, JD and KO was sitting in a bed and eating a salad. JD had a few bites and KO said, that's mine. JD says, I will go make myself something to eat. KO says, oh, come, my love, eat with me. Yeah, sounds like her. I'm thinking they can't do any more to Justin and he's back and he's stronger. All you got to do is show his face and say something. And she, you got that right, cause I'm gonna tell you, I knew as soon as him and when I seen that post that JD wrote, going live with Don Terrell in 20, I said, "Oh shit!" And every not just Core, I mean not just Horiana, all her goats, everybody. You should, man, their pages were on fire. They were so upset that to see Don cutting his hair. Like they have something to do with. You can't tell that man what. Those are two grown men. What about the spider bite on A's arm? Matter of fact, because didn't the other day that wooden bowl that Horiana likes to eat out of. She put it on the count on the what you call it, and Jay said that, I mean, A said that there was a spider in it. Apparently it might have been a dead spider. I don't know, but A said there was a spider in it. And her mother went and washed the bowl out. But I guess A wanted to make sure, because even after she looked to see it, she still took that bowl back to the sink and started rinsing that bowl out. Got to be careful, because, I mean, some of them spider bites are bad. She should not allow that child on a balcony with it. No, she shouldn't. They shouldn't even be carrying that heavy can. That's a big watering can. Baby J is the new maid and Baby A is the new chef. Yeah, well, she's been sending Baby A to do stuff too now. Even had her carrying bottles of wine upstairs. She also told A to take those yep, them 2 bottles of wine. Exactly. What if she had fell or dropped one on those stairs? Yeah, she's a glutton for food. That's why I sit here and say that's how I knew she grew up in poverty. Just food is just never, it's never enough. Like, damn, can your kids eat something? I can't stand how she always feel they always have to eat off the same plate. Horiana never listens to good advice. Nope, she sure does not. Because that's what she is through and through, plus enjoys. No way she can be kind to anyone unless she's using them. Exactly. And them goats of hers, the ones that do try to give her some good advice, because you do see some people, say, "Oh, you treat Jay bad," she'll cuss him out, or, "You shouldn't do this, don't tell me what to do." 1 minute it's like, "Don't tell me what to do." The next minute it's like, "Well, sometimes you guys give me good advice." No, you don't want their advice, you want their money. And even see it, I seen it on one of their pages. Whore doesn't know proper. No, she does not, but she wants to clown people. Baby A definitely said a spider was in there. Yes, she did. She said there was a spider in that bowl. I watched Whore wash that bowl out. And A went right back to that sink and washed it again. And A would make a great man. She just does everything for her. Wow. Chica stopped one of her face for the Chica stopped one of her face for followers the other day. Huh? Chica stopped one of her face for followers. The way she cussed somebody out yesterday because someone told her that dress was in it. And it was very inappropriate for the park. Most of the stuff she wears to that park is inappropriate. She's always going there with see-through items on, or her butt hanging out, going to a damn park with kids. People like that man. There was a man that said, I think this was sometime last year, said something about how she was there, exercising and spreading her legs and all that. That father walked up to her and said, it's not appropriate. Rich didn't get her American papers. No, I don't think so. But I question how she got them. I do question how she got them. When I looked up the things you have to do and things like that, yeah, I question how she got them. I believe L.A. Fish helped her. I don't know if Justin's name was still on that paperwork as her sponsor. I don't know, because you remember at one time he did say he wanted her to be here because he wanted her. Oh, sorry, Sky. He wanted her to be in the girl's life. When they first broke up and he was being harassed, people were telling him to go to immigration. And he said he didn't want her to be deported. He wanted her to stay here to be in the girl's life. Um, I can't sit here and say that he feels the same way now, but that's how it was. That was not a dress. Yeah, exactly. She said it was a dress. That was a shirt. That wasn't a dress. That was not a dress. That was a shirt. Remember, she got hers right about the time it came out that they were. No, that never went through. Um, when said they were selling the green card, well, they called it a gold card, if that's what you're talking about. That had never went through at the time. And if I'm not mistaken, it's still not valid. So no, I don't think she got it from that, but you know, a lot of people, you can pay off a lot of people. But I do question how she got it. I could be wrong. I mean, she could have got it the right. I just don't see it. I have a lot of things that just don't add up for me, but I don't know. So I'm not sure how that went, because I know I was shocked. And I guarantee you now she's trying to get Skeeter here. And she's trying to get Skeeter citizenship. And then, and getting him married off, because remember, he's supposed to have a girlfriend. But how are you in California trying to do stuff, with your girlfriend so you could maybe move here with a K-1 visa, but you're at your daughter's house? Well, should you have been at her house and not your daughter's house? That's how that was supposed to go. That's where you were supposed to be at. She did get it earlier than she should have, because yeah, but the thing is she claimed it, but she had to prove it. She didn't have any. She didn't have any police reports. She was denied the restraining order. I mean, the permanent one. Yeah, she got the temporary one because she lied. But when she went to court, yeah, and she always said, "I have proof. I have pictures. I sent all, plus my sister has pictures. I used to send everything to her." Well, when you went to court to defend you getting a permanent restraining order, that was the time to show those pictures, but you did not. And Justin was vindicated. Is that your battery going off and your smoke alarm are beeping every few minutes? What do you need to go? Yes, domestic violence got her. I don't know if domestic violence got her paper because she had no proof of domestic violence. So, with her content tonight, why she was at LA. No, she was at home. She was at home when she was dragging him and talking about, the, what do you call it, the passport thing. She was home. I think what set her off is seeing Justin and Don again today. And it would have been even worse if Stony was there, but Stony is I don't even know what state she's from, because she went out there because her father, had surgery. It looked like neck surgery, because it looked like that was a neck brace on him. But I'm not gonna, I don't know what type of surgery he had. All I know is he had a successful surgery and he's doing well. So she flew out there to, to be with her dad. She surprised him. So, but she would have had a fit. They're in Virginia. Okay. If you look it up, no, yes, domestic violence will. Yes, that's very true. I have looked that up, but she had no way of proving that it was domestic violence. When she went and got that paperwork, and I mean, when she got her green card, there was actually, she had a restraining order taken off of her. Oh, no, wait a minute. Or did she still have the restraining order? I don't understand how she got it. I heard she didn't finish. No, that's what I heard too. I heard she didn't finish parenting classes. Hell, the damn she don't even know the damn national anthem, and you're supposed to know that. So I don't know. Like I said, I question it, but I know she didn't get it from domestic violence because she would have had to prove that. She would have had to give police reports or something. So, or she lied and gave them fake stuff. I think whoever did her paperwork did not thoroughly check everything. No, the last time she was there, I know what she was at her place today, but I didn't know if that JDDT video. No, they did a video today, and it was before her video where JD went to Don's house and Don gave him a haircut. And the internet went wild. All her goats. Everybody made posts. Oh, Justin can't afford a haircut. Who said he didn't pay for it, or they could have, Don could have offered. Justin could have they could have talked to Justin, because I know when Justin did go live, he did say that, did he say no, he didn't. No, he didn't. We take that back. And then he could have been talked to Donis, what you about to do? I'm about to go get a haircut. Oh, I can cut your hair, I'm a barber. But all I know is they wanted to get up under y'all skin, and it worked. Cause all of them went crazy today. They were making all kind of posts about them too. You should have seen the comments. Oh, they're probably sucking each other, and I mean, just all kind of disgusting things that they were writing in them comments. It was crazy. Oh, they're live, don't go to their page, just come to my page. I'll watch the video, you come to my page and I'll give you all the details. No, you didn't want them to go to their page because you want all the engagement to your page. Like, it was just crazy, like how just two people there get, Don giving him a haircut. Just their whole world ended tonight. It was just crazy. Oh, okay, yeah. It was today because I had seen, like I said, I had seen a post, and Justin said, going live with Don Terrell in 20 minutes, and I was like, what? So I didn't know what was going on. I'm like, all hell about to break loose when these two show up. And sure enough, it did. But they didn't really like talk, they weren't really like talking about her. They didn't talk about her or anything like that, They were just laughing around, and, why Justin got his hair cut and, got his, had his beard and stuff, shaped up and trimmed up. And I mean, there was a lot of good comments on there too. Yes, again, coming to the U.S. for comedy and GMs for crazy. Did you see how Jay jumped on? Hmm. Yeah, she didn't. Yeah, she did think it was funny when she did it to Don. Like, but she's been being extra nice to that little girl all week. And I know she's nice to her when the camera is on, but she's been extra, extra nice this week, and you could tell, and sometimes, like when she has enough of her, even when the camera's on, you can see how she'll gently try to like push her away. Like I don't want to touch, like don't touch me, but if it's no, she'll pick her up, hold her like she's some 1 year old. That girl, shoot, that girl is, even though she's younger, shoot, she that little girl way more than June. Oop, Jay, stop babying her. She's gonna be going to school next. I mean, probably what, in August, beginning of September. I don't know when school starts in California. Stop babying her. The teacher's not gonna baby her. She was nice because exactly. But I don't know if they are watching her because I have no faith in them. I'm out there in California. But I could be wrong. What live was she on when she went off on Jay today? This was the one, not the last one, the one before that, when she had made some sliders for them. It's about at the, I think it starts at the 50-minute mark, if I'm not wrong, if I'm correct. Somewhere around there is when it starts. 'Cause I think she was on for like an hour and a half or an hour and something. But I want to say it's about the 50-minute mark is when it started. It was really, really sad. Because then it's not really just about her. Yeah, like she made her go to the naughty corner. Okay, we've seen that. But I've never heard her tell her, put your arms straight up over your head and close your eyes. I'm just like, what the hell? Like, is this corporal punishment? Like, what the hell? Like, or I don't know if that's the right term for it, but I've never heard her say that before to her. Look, at the end of the day, yes, Justin may have been stupid to have stepped back into this nonsense, but the thing is, he may have gained a friendship through this nonsense that he really needs. That's true. That's true. Baby A is a boy. Perfect. I want to check it out. You're welcome. Um, that's true. Yeah, baby A's not a boy, but I don't think she meant it that way. I think she's a tomboy. She's a tomboy. And there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of girls are tomboys. I was a tomboy. I used to climb trees. I remember my father always told me to stop climbing them trees. Stop climbing. Because I mean, high up them trees. My father used to tell me, stop climbing them trees. And I wouldn't listen. So my father used to get so mad at me. He says, you're going to be, I'm going to make you come in the house if you keep climbing trees. So my uncle lived across the street from us, and there was this tree behind his, it's kind of like behind his garage, because his garage wasn't, it was like a detached garage. The garage wasn't attached to the house. So I went over there and I'm climbing this tree, and there was a chain link fence, and I lost my footing and I fell. And when I fell, I didn't fall, like when I fell, I don't know if you remember the old chain link fence, how they came to like a point at the top. When I fell on that with my armpit. Oh, that thing hurt. I got myself off of that. I was crying. I didn't want to go home because I knew my father was gonna be like, "Didn't I tell you not to be climbing the fence?" So I went in my uncle's house, and I'm sitting on the on the couch, rocking back and forth, crying. My uncle came in, and he was like, "What's wrong with you?" And I said nothing, but I guess he seen the blood, and he just lifted my shirt up, seen that, and just picked me up and ran me across the street to my father. He had to bring me to the emergency room after they did all that cleaning, and that mess hurt. They didn't have my father didn't even have to tell me not to climb no more trees because he knew I learned my lesson. Yeah, she's a tomboy. GM was a boy, and she's not teaching her girl or June. You had to be hollering when you said you broke out in tears when he busted out them heels. I sure was. I mean, let me tell you something. I remember, okay, my father bought me a 10-speed bike. I was in Miami over the summer with my grandfather. Every summer I spent in Miami. I came home. My father was all excited. He had bought me a 10-speed bike. It was in my bedroom and everything. And I looked at that bike and I busted out crying in tears. My father thinking I'm crying because I'm happy. I was crying because he bought me a girl bike. I didn't want no girl bike. I wanted the boy bike, with the boys had the bar across the top. I wanted a boy bike. I cried. You know, my father had to bring that bike back to the store and get me a boy bike because I was spoiled. I did not want a girl's bike. I wasn't going to ride that bike. I used to play basketball, football. That's the thing that my father really was what more worried about as I started getting older and maturing. You know what I'm saying? Things growing. And he was worried about me playing football, being tackled, and boys, using that as an excuse to, the touch. So my father was like, all right, she too old. She getting too old to be trying to, be playing with all these boys. But he also knew that I was the mean one in the family. Like, I was the one, my brothers didn't fight. They weren't the ones out there fighting. I was out there fighting. I was fighting girls. I was even fighting the boys. I used to fight boys. I was the mean one. But boy, let me tell you something with them heels, man, he broke my heart. I was a daddy's girl. I was like, how could you betray me? They wanted me like heels. Like, are you serious? I remember them fences. I got many. Man, let me tell you something. That thing went straight into my armpit. Man, like I said, my father, he just took me to the emergency room because, had to get a tetanus shot. Man, I remember them nurses having to clean all up in there. My father didn't even tell me not to climb them fences no more because he knew I learned my lesson and I never climbed the fence. I mean, not a fence, never climbed the tree after that. I learned my lesson. Barbara, I get what you were implying. GM is pushing J to be girly girl and A to be the man of the house. does all the heavy lifting. I don't know what that girl is doing. She's trying to push. She knows she can get Jay. This is how I look at it. She knows she can get Jay to do more of the things that she does. And you know what I mean by that. Like, you know, how she can sexually exploit her better than she'll have a chance with Jay. I mean, with A, because A just, I don't know, she still does it, but I know she used to tell her mother, no, no. Problem is, you have Jay, who is introvert, even though she is now trying to mimic her mother, who is an extrovert, and you have A, who is a natural, yeah. This lady horror crazy. She just posted a reminiscent short, still thinking about her baby. Really? but she, but she just talked about him earlier, talking about he still act like we're married. Really? Yeah, that girl is crazy. Yup, I still got my scar today. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'll tell you one thing, man. I didn't want nothing to do. I tried so hard to hide it. And what you know what I'm saying? And my uncle was like, "What's wrong?" But he seen that blood, and there was no way. Cause I was like, my daddy told me not to climb them trees no more, and I was trying to be slick. Went across the street behind my uncle's garage. I had never climbed that tree before because it was like right next to a fence. But I wanted to climb the damn tree. Hmm. Won't do that. Well, I'm too damn old. I can't climb no tree now. But man, I regretted climbing that tree though. But I was a big tomboy. But after that modeling school thing, my father regretted it. He was like, shh, because I was running in pockets. Now I wanted all the clothes and well, I already got my hair. I already went to the hairdresser he sent me every 2 weeks from the age of, I think it was 10. I think I was about 10 years old when he started sending me to the hairdressers every 2 weeks. Because I had very long hair. I still have very long hair today. Like my hair is to my butt. And it wasn't that long back then. It was still long. It was in the middle of my back. And so now when I was in high school, I was running up and down 3 flights of stairs. There were 3 floors in my high school. And I'm running up 3 flights of stairs with skirts on and 6-inch heels. I wanted the purses. I wanted the clothes. I wanted the jewelry. My father was like, Lord, I don't know what the makeup. My father was like, man, I don't know if that modeling school was a good thing or a bad thing. Yep, I still got your scar. And the stupids are saying congratulations. What are they congratulating her about? Because she posted a reminiscent short still thinking about her baby daddy? That's stupid. I seem to remember Squidward showing some of her grotty old high-heeled shoes. Let me tell you something. Them shoes, first of all, she need to buy them to fit. Because one thing, one of my little pet peeves is women's feet hanging over the front of their sandals. That's something I can't stand to see. Like that's one of my little pet peeves. Your toes should not be hanging over the front of your shoes. And that's what happens. And well, she got some ugly ass feet anyways. So damn, like I don't know. But her shoes don't fit. And then she buys those cheap damn shoes. She buys really cheap shoes. She buys them from Temu. And I don't know what is up, but she loved them new black ones. That's damn near an 8-inch damn heel. She broke them shoes. Them shoes broke in Bali. And that her tour guide took them to a shop to get them fixed. Justin never got to spend any time. No, she did that to him last year too. Their birthdays are supposed to be half and half. She did the same thing, but I remember when I forget which one of those girls' birthdays it was. She he did give her the kids for the half a day. I don't know, was it? No, it wasn't her. Cause guess what? My son had the same birthday as her. Can you imagine that? June 23rd is the same day as her. It's same birthday as her. Then men, you got the yeah, you child. That girl got some big damn feet. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. She does have some big ass damn feet. Why doesn't he bring her back to court? That's the $1 million question, but you know, I'm assuming he has his reasons. I don't know. It was Baby J's birthday. He brought her to see her mom for the day. I think it was part of it. With corns. Exactly. You right about that. That's because she wears shoes that don't fit. She don't buy, I mean, I'm not sure what size shoes she wears, but sometimes the cute shoes, well, I'm not going to even say the cute shoes because some of her shoes are not cute, but maybe she just wants the shoe because I have seen her get some new shoes come in the mail and she said that they didn't fit, but she still kept them, but but it would have been wrong if he did that. You know what I'm saying? Like, say um Jay's birthday falls on his week and he don't let her see Jay for half the day, you know, they'll be talking about that. It'll be all over the internet. She's not sure either. Yes, part of the day it's 50-50 because that's like certain things like okay, of course, Father's Day will go to the father, Mother's Day will go to the mother. The kid's birthday should be 50-50. Um and I guess like Christmas and stuff like that is I guess every other year. I don't know how that goes. I mean, shoot, she might as well have let them go with their father this year because I don't even know why she bothered to put a damn tree up. Because she didn't do nothing. She didn't put a gift under there. And her goats didn't get, they didn't understand the assignment. Before she went to Nigeria, she ordered them that she expected her tree to be full with gifts. And she didn't get any gifts. I was actually surprised. But I guess, maybe they didn't do it because she didn't put out a wish list. Hi, Karen. I don't know why she did that. But, they should, but this year is Justin's Christmas. That's why she was, sitting there saying, well, if I can't travel, then you can't travel. You already said that you're going to Nigeria for Christmas. Or she did say that she won't be there for Christmas. She said it's boring here. If you have your children here, it should not be boring. She truly dislikes Jay with a passion. She sure does, and it's so sad. That lie proved it all. Poor Jay is trying everything to get her mom's attention. OMG, this is sick. How are these kids fall? That's the $1 million question. No, that's the $10 million question. I don't understand. Now I do know different states are different because like I know where I'm from up north. they don't play that. There's certain states that don't play that. Like the UK, she would have been lost. She would have been lost them kids from there. You know, they like even where I'm at, she would have been lost them kids. You know, here in Florida, there are so many men that have full custody of their children. I don't know how these kids have been failed all around. Okay, by the night, most unique. What's up with GM saying JD wanted to go on? What she's saying is, okay, um, when he was going, when they were going to court last time, when he wanted full custody, if he had to sign the birth certificate, I'm not the birth certificates, the passports, so she could take the kids to Nigeria, they're trying to say that she had to buy a ticket for him to go with them. That's not true. I seen the court paperwork. It said that if she was gonna go to Nigeria, she had to put up money, like a bond, like something to where, like if she didn't bring the girls back, he had money to try. That money would go to him for him to try to get his girls back. But she's not even getting that from the court paperwork. One of her goats posted that today. And she even said, I'd seen it on the internet. And so she thinks that means that he wanted to go with them on vacation. Like, after you, like, why would Justin want to go with you to Nigeria and people were threatening to unalive him? He would have been a fool to go to Nigeria. Let me see. Okay, that. Court allows 2 hours for either parent on child's birthday. Well, she didn't give it to him at all this year. She didn't do it. She didn't do it last year either. She doesn't have her kids. She doesn't have her kids when she has. You got that right. Yeah, Florida don't play. They sure don't. I'm in the same city she's in, and I have to believe Justin said that LA mom is a big cover up dab inside people, and I keep hearing that. And you know what? And my advice, Wiz, and something like that kind of went on with somebody I know from back home. I told them, well, it happened to be a woman that was the top lady. She didn't, you know what I'm saying? She ran the whole department of CPS. That's what I told her. I said, you need to find out that lady's name, because I knew it was a lady. I had seen her on TV before. I said, find out her name, her email, or whatever her information. You need to contact her. She contacted it took her a little while. She contacted the head of CPS. Her office, because that building, there was like 4 floors. Her office was on the top floor. That lady took care of it. For whatever was, I don't remember all the logistics, but whatever was going on with that CPS worker, that lady took care of it. That's what Justin needs to do. He needs to contact the head. Not no regular supervisor, the head person. That's what I would do. In my state, they don't play about children, especially abuse. You got that right. Don was a necessary introduction. His characteristics, boldness brings a great plot twist to the series. Doc got vindicated. It's mainly because of her mistreatment of sweetheart baby J that some of us hate her, meaning KO. There's a lot of reasons why I dislike her. A lot of reasons. her entitlement, because she's here, she feels she's entitled. She feels she can just come here and just do whatever she wants to do and get away with it. There's and the children. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying, I know Justin is not an angel. I know Justin's not perfect. He's made mistakes. But what life would you have if he did not bring you here? You keep, your goats keep saying, "Oh, she made herself here in the US." Well, why didn't that bitch come here by herself? Excuse my language. Why didn't she come here by herself? Justin had to get a K-1 visa and bring her here. She lied and with fake paperwork and went to damn China with her family, because her family, she was an embarrassment to her family. She's not an embarrassment anymore because of her money. So she should have came here herself and self-made herself, or however they want to say it. So you would not have this. Who say another man wouldn't have put up with what Justin put up with after he paid your bride price, you cheated. Like, that's supposed to be a no-no at once you pay the bride price. Or as you say, it ain't cheating if you use a condom. You guys weren't even, you were separated. I don't even think they were fully together 2 years. You were close to where you didn't even make it to where you could have been deported, because you were supposed to be married for a time limit, unless you could prove domestic violence, which you could not. These twists in those words to make those people think. Exactly. Trust me. At one point, I'm not going to lie, I was like, okay, he's covering for her. I think he still has feelings. That man is done with her. He is done. He does not want that girl. Yeah, they say, like I said, I thought it was always her daughter or her niece, but I guess it's supposed to be her niece, is what I was told now. You know, but that, you know what I'm saying? But you should not have shady people like that working. Shady people like that should not be working in CPS. What if it's a serious situation that's being covered up? But these kids are supposed to be, these kids end up being injured, or God forbid, something serious happened to them. Somebody who, you know what I'm saying, that's not what you're supposed to do with CPS. I don't care. And then if you happen to know the person, you're supposed to step back. What is that word? There's a saying for that. Oh, I can't forget. Oh, there's a word, because lawyers and judges do it too. If it happens to be somebody they know, they have to step back. Oh, I can't remember the term they say. I hope for Justin is to have the case moved out of LA County. I don't know if they can move it out of LA County. It's a possibility, but like I said, I would call the head person. Florida really does not play. Used to follow a lady, they took her kids because of online content. Wow. Oh wow, she hit it big with LA Mom. I didn't know she was an informant. She more than an informant, like, what lady that sit here as a foster parent and grooms one of her foster children to be with her son. They are killing us because we all go back and forth saying they are in this skit. Well, they can say whatever they want to say every day. I go through my comment section. I mean, sometimes I miss some of them, but they always writing some of the rudest things, and they always got a comment. I ain't asked for your damn comment. You want to cuss me out, call me names. They go after my followers for their comments. No, you got to go. If I see them, I block them. There was somebody who was actually one of my followers, and she said that she was over all of this, her mental health. Okay, that's fine. I didn't have a problem with that. I can understand that. But then she didn't like what other people were saying in that comment section about KO. So she started saying rude things to the other follower. So I didn't say nothing at first. I'm just sitting back watching, just like, okay, I understand you don't want to, you want to let it go. You said, you're over it, your mental health. I respect that. But why are you, being rude to other people in here? So I didn't say anything at first. I said, okay, I'm going to keep an eye on her. So I kept checking my comment, and she's still being rude to the same lady. So, well, the same follower. And then she's writing stuff to her, rude comments to her, but then and tagging her in it, but yet blocked her so she couldn't get a response. She couldn't respond. So then I jumped on. I don't care if you were my follower or not. You gotta go. You can't. No, we don't do that over here. So I banned her. I blocked her from my page. And I apologized to my other follower, and I said, you ain't got to worry about her. That's how I knew that she was tagged. Okay, I knew she was tagged, but I didn't know that she tagged her and blocked her. And I was like, well, she ain't coming back because I blocked her. Like, we don't even do that. If you can have a difference of opinion, but we're not going to do that rudeness over here. How the heck did she even meet LA Mom? That's a good question. She showed up at the courthouse steps. That's the first time she met her. This was, I guess, after the breakup. How can she hate the daddy of a baby that looks just like him? You know, Look, she does, you know what I'm saying? She don't have to like him. I think, and personally, I think her issue with him is that he left her and made it public. You're absolutely correct, Jackie. Justin doesn't want her sick ass at all. They wish she's open house who wants her. Nobody, and you got it right, nobody's looking for her. LA Mom the Pimp. The way some strange, yes, chum. We've all are seeing that strange behavior. And let me see. JCKO eye water from onions and making. So Jay is putting her eyes so close to the onions so they water and burn. Yeah, that's not normal. I was wondering the same thing, but the minute Horror was divorced, L.A. Moo, well, yeah, she wasn't actually divorced yet, I believe, because she also had got her to hire her son. And I don't know what type of law he practices in, because every lawyer, they have you know what I'm saying, like something like some do slip and falls, you know, some do, real estate, they car accidents, you know what I'm saying, workman's comp. I don't know what type of law he does. Oh, hi, Mary. Hi, Kitty Cat Whack. KO has broken court orders. Exactly. She has broken it so many times before, from the beginning, then, right down to sneaking the girls online when they weren't supposed to be. She's constantly breaking the orders. Why is she allowed to get away with it? Because he doesn't go back to court and hold her accountable. And the last time they were going to court, he could have held her accountable. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he let it go. A lot of us were angry with him. Don't forget to like the chat. Yes, please. Baby A now says, I tired. Yeah, she always says that. She's been saying that for a while. Anytime she don't want to do something, she's tired. And matter of fact, that's how it started with Jay today with the watering the plants. You know, Kay, she said she didn't want to water the plant. Kay asked her why. She said she was tired and she was like, "You're tired. What did you do? What did you do? Why that you're tired?" And Jay said she was jumping on the couch. Wasn't LA mom married to someone in that? I don't know. That's what I heard, but I don't know if that's true. LA mom's from Igbuza village as KO's family, and her family is longtime friends with KO's dad and family. So the meeting could have been. Well, I heard that Skeeter contacted her. But the thing is what gets me is if she was there the whole time that KO was living there, how come she never had any interaction with her? How come she never met up with her? And I don't know what village KO and them are originally from because they never go back there. Think about it. If he spent every dime he has taking her back to court again, she still have the same chance of getting the kids and it being the same situation, money gone, but she still has money. That's true. Because she's gonna spend their money just like last time. Even her sister even said it. She has the money, but she don't want to spend her money. Like you complain, oh, I need full custody and all that, but yet you didn't want to spend your own damn money to fight for your kids. Like, that's stupid. But now I see why he may not feel safe to go to court if her adopted family is tied up in it to always get K off. Now, I'm not saying that had to do with court. This has to do with CPS. CPS has been called on her multiple times and they have not always gone to her house. When CPS is called, they have 24 hours to show up to your house to investigate. That was my thinking too. So I have no idea, and I don't know how. I mean, I hear things about the LA court system. I hear things about CPS in LA. I don't know if that's true. But I do know a few men there that have full custody of their children. Now, whether if their situation is different, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you would think so. If you've had 9 drug tests and you failed 8 of them, you would think like that's a problem. That's a serious problem. The last CPS worker was fake. Yes, that was a fake CPS worker. That she used that for content, sympathy, way to, so they could, keep, talk about JD because they were blaming him. If it rains, it's his fault. You know, if it rains, it's his fault. Just like, look, come on. I mean, that was a fake CPS worker. Because, especially like, shoot, like the LA, I mean, not the LA, the UK attack is fake. Now, has CPS, does she really come to her, has been to her house? Yeah. I mean, I know they've been, because even I don't know, you know what? Now, when she was in that one bedroom, that woman cop was a little too damn friendly. So I don't know, but all I know is those girls are being failed. I know that. The girls are being failed. And it's sad. And I'm very surprised the school hasn't noticed anything. Because they are mandated reporters. And I don't see them, and I believe if they make that phone call, that's not going to disappear. They can't cover that one up. I swear she stages. I don't know what this girl is doing, but all I know is like this cannot keep going on with these girls. This fool go through a lot of fake work just not to get a real job. All this shucking, diving, fake this, fake that. Yeah, she doesn't want to work. She does not want to work. She thinks she's too good to work. But everybody who gives her money, it's okay for them to work. Just to give them her money. I've even heard her sit here and say, I know today was payday. Watch my mouth. How you know it was payday? Now she's expecting money because she know people got income tax checks. You know what I'm saying? Like, does she pay attention? Like, oh, well, she doesn't care what the economy is like. Everything is so expensive today. But she doesn't care. All she wants is their money. Their money, their money. Like when you sit here and watch her, and after, like, say, she doesn't get any stars, and she gets mad, she don't even say nothing. She just ends the video. Or she'll tell you, if you're not going to send me any stars, or then it's not worth me being on here, and ends the video. And y'all stupid asses keep coming back and giving her money. I believe that was L.A. Mumu's husband he's a doctor, but a specialist of some kind. I believe he got, I don't know if I'm not sure. It's a possibility, but I think it had to be through CPS, not him, because, you know, that had nothing to do with the hospital. Shoot, she might. MG might. I bet not. They bet not tell her shit. Just send me, yeah, yeah. She don't want to hear nothing from them. She just wants their money, their money, their money. But I didn't think LA husband, like, I don't think he really likes her too much either, but I could be wrong. He's not around that much, but I really don't know because I really don't understand, like, how she even deals with her. I don't understand, like, when she goes over there and the girl's hair isn't done, LA mom would do their hair. You know what I'm saying? When that girl is perfectly capable of doing the girl's hair. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do this for her. You gotta do that for her. You gotta buy her the kids their clothes. You gotta do this. Like, come on. Like your own children aren't even like that. But here you go doing all this for somebody who's not even your real daughter. It just doesn't make sense. There's got to be something else involved in that situation. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something else going on. I don't believe she does either. But that will catch up to her eventually. IRS don't play. Yeah, they sure do. They sure do. They sure do. Shoot, she looks feral. She, man, let me tell you. And her house looks, you know what I'm saying? Shoot, 1.6 million my ass. That looks more like a trap house in there. She still cuss them out, and then she tells them, dummies, y'all can send me stars. And she sure does. She sure does. Just when she was in New York, people kept telling her to be careful. Be careful. Walking up and down the streets of New York at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. You're not watching your surroundings. Your face is glued to your to two phones. You were on YouTube and Facebook. When she got back to her room, she told them, "Don't tell me to be safe. Just send me stars." Okay. I almost fell out when she said 1.6 mil. That house don't look that condo don't look like no 1.6 million. She has destroyed that house. Now you got critters. You got ants in there. You got spiders in there. Now you got a little Mickey Mouse running around. And usually if you have one, you have more than one. That ain't the only one. That thing was out in broad daylight. So he ain't even scared. Usually, they say mice are scared. Like the only things that aren't scared is in New York. Them damn rats in New York, they are not scared. You be walking down the road, them damn things will be walking right next to you like they your pet dog. I always used to hate going to certain parts of New York. Man, but that she got a Mickey, and I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it. And that thing was out in broad daylight. And I knew somebody said to her on her live, but I didn't see it. Somebody told her there's a mouse, and she was like, your mother has a mouse. That mouse is in your mother's house, being rude and disrespectful. Let me see. I almost fell out when she said, yeah, okay, I seen that. He is in okay. She have to pay her mortgage payment to LA Moo, so she have to be extremely nice to her and the girls so she can get her money back. Let me tell you something. I would not be dealing with that shit. That girl ain't paid that much money on that house, on that condo yet. She still owes quite a bit of money. And all the ladies in here who own a home, the bank gets their interest first. Very little of that mortgage payment goes to your principal, goes to the real mortgage. The majority of it, the bank wants to get their interest first. There's no way I would sit here and wait for this girl to pay off that whole mortgage dealing with that. Let the house, get it to where I would just have to take the damn house. But she should have knew better. Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, she does. She has a little, a Mickey in there, and I guarantee you, there's more than one. She said at the park yesterday that she pays taxes and her kids can play wherever they want. And some of the kids there, their parents don't pay. How the hell does she know that these people don't pay their taxes? She don't know what them people pay. Everybody pays taxes. The only difference, and I guarantee you, them parents, they get a W-2, which, you know what I'm saying, which is a different tax form than what you get. You get a 1099 where you can sit here and not file taxes, and it's going to take a while for the IRS to catch up to you. I missed a lot. Don't worry about it, sweetie. It'll be public. You can rewatch replay. Oh man, yeah. Is a rat in the new in the is a rat in the new in the condo? What do you mean by like that? Is it a new one? I mean, it's the first time I ever seen it. It's a small one, so that it's not a rat. It's a mouse. You know, a mouse is small. Rats, some rats are big, and them sewer rats. Man, I mean, I remember they knocked this building down back home. The building had been empty for years. It uh used to be like a shopping department store. There was probably like 5 or 6 floors, and when the place closed down, it was closed down for many years. Then they decided to knock down part of it because they were going to make apartments out of it. When they knocked that thing down, boy, they had these huge rats running around. We never knew them things was in. I'm like, what the heck is that? The Bronx near, Yeah, them rats down there, they bold down there in New York. Screenshotted. Oh, yes, I have heard her say, your mother. Yeah, because somebody said they seen it. When did horror file taxes? I thought they were due in April. You have to file by April 15th, but I mean, I could be wrong, but no, I don't think she's paying taxes, but I could be wrong. They're her fellow demon spirits and not regular mice or hands. That's why she doesn't mind them, but welcomes their presence. And you know what? And she leaves food out. She leaves food out all the time. She don't never put the stuff in the refrigerator. Just like that apple juice. She don't open up that apple juice. She just got it sitting on the counter. Once you open the seal on apple juice, you're supposed to refrigerate it. Apple juice will go bad. What this called is the word fermented or what? Apple juice will go bad. Let me see. Cheddar does her taxes. What the hell that houseboy know about U.S. taxes? They don't even do taxes in Nigeria as far as I know. What the hell he know about U.S. taxes? Shoot, if she's letting him, she better stop before he mess her up. She was trying to talk about the Hispanic people. Why was quite a few there? Cheddar do them from taxes from Nigeria. I don't know. Matter of fact, I think I did hear her say something about he was gonna do her taxes. What the F does Cheddar know about American tax? Exactly. Is he coming? And I don't see her wanting them to know what the hell she makes anyways. You got that right, um, Jackie. I was reading this article the other day where they sat here and said something about here in the US they're now having spiders that are the size of your hand. And I'm like, I'm gonna burn the whole damn house down. Let me see a spider in my house the size of my hand. I'm just gonna burn the whole damn house down. My oldest son was looking at me like, are you crazy? I'm like, I guess so. Because if I see a mouse I mean, not a mouse, because I wish I would see a mouse in this house. I'm moving out. That's it. I'm going. The mouse can have, I don't care if it's the teeniest, tiniest mouse. It can have the house. I'm out. I'm taking my dog, my son, and we out. I'm not staying here. But if I see a spider the size of my hand, no, I'm setting the house on fire. I'm sorry. Just burn the whole damn house down. That mouse better be careful. You you eat it. Oh, you're probably right. Money was put up. My LA mom, Kay had no exactly. She did it as a broker because the paperwork is in KO's name. But they did it as a broker type thing. Did you see her stock in the man at the park like she out? She be stalking everybody, including the children. Facebook takes something off the top for stars. I doubt she claims the rest the same. Because, now she's complaining about YouTube. She's saying that no matter how much they send her, that she's not, they said she's been at the same tax bracket and since 20, I think she said 2022, and she has not, it's like in between a certain amount of money, like it never goes higher than that. And so I get, so she's accusing, excuse me, YouTube of ripping her off. It's up to her to claim all the rest, and she can't claim travel expenses unless she can prove it with for work and would have to produce receipts, right? But she's paying the money to LA, and LA mom gets the money and make payments. She doesn't make her payments herself. The first, the 8th of the month, she go over to take payments. Yeah, I bet you she does. Where were those girls left alone for almost an hour and a half on this last video? They were upstairs taking care of themselves. I couldn't watch all of it though. I was going to puke. What a disaster unfolding. I didn't watch the whole thing because I ended up starting my live. She better never fall out with LA Mom like she does everyone else. She will hit the fans, but we still gonna accept LA Mom on this side. Who gonna accept LA Mom on this side? I ain't accepting her on this side. Oh no, ma'am. No, I will never accept her. No, I can't. I know I can't accept her. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, I was gonna say, to each their own. To each their own. Because some people are, you know, some people who are my followers, are following, keeping it fake, and that's their prerogative. That's their right to do that. I am not. I'm not gonna follow her. I don't fuck with her, and I'm not going to. But everybody has the right to their own beliefs, and if they want to like her, accept her, whatever. But no, she's done too much. I can't do that. But I ain't mad at nobody that wants to. That's their right. I can't tell them who to like or who not to like. Oh, I will never accept her. No, I'm gonna laugh at her because she's either gonna have to put a lot of money in that house to fix it up to sell it, or she's gonna lose money. Either way, she's still gonna lose money, whether she has to put money in it or she's gonna take a loss selling it as is. But that's her stupidity. She didn't know that girl like that. To be especially for a house, something that costs that much. That's a lot. Like she didn't know that girl like that to be putting her herself on the line for 1.6 million loan. That's a lot. Why GM always telling her who is he? What do you mean by that? Yeah, that woman is mostly why she acting crazy. What do you mean? Who is Whore always telling her who is he? So I don't know what's going on with all of them, but all I know is she could have bought that house. She could have paid cash for it. She using K just like K uses people, probably. Probably. But I just don't see how she could deal with it though. But hey, to each their own. Cause see, she would have drove me like as soon as she got up and started dancing on my coffee table, we would have had a serious problem. You up now, you on my coffee table twerking. You come in my house, you fix you a plate of food, you dropping food all over the counter and stove and you don't even get it up. No. No, you can't. No, you can't do that. I'd be like, I'll come pick up the money. How about that? Zell it to me. But no, you can't come over here. I checked the head person of CPS, and his name is Tom. Can't remember his last name, but there was no option to contact him. Okay, I'll look into it and see if maybe I can find something. I don't know. You right? But I don't know. But something needs to be done to save those kids. Because enough is enough. Think she's talking about A. Barbara. But, A is she's just a tomboy to me. She likes trucks. She likes cars. Yes, she is. She definitely is. Just like she always, A always, remember she used to always go, remember that time they was at the park and she kept running over to where the boys were playing basketball and they, was like, hey, whose baby is this? And then, like, watch your kid. And then she decided she wanted to be all tough and made sure she was far away before she, started saying F you, F you. But you didn't say that to that man, to that father that told you to stop spreading your legs at the damn park. You wasn't, you ain't had that same energy with him because you was too close to him, huh? You know the freaky deaky man that's always sending her gifts, Tom. He be over there on Stoney's page. I'm surprised he ain't get in trouble. Because he somebody kept calling him out the last time. I don't know if it was the last time, but I know one day Stoney was on there and he kept speaking to her and things like that, and they were calling his ass out. I did see when that man was like, "This is oh yeah." He sure did, but she wasn't going at cussing him out like she tried to cuss out them boys that was playing. You know what I'm saying? She was far like thinking she was big and bad, far away. You ain't say nothing in the beginning, then as you start walking away, then you want to keep looking back, giving them the evil lie. F you, girl. Go over there and say it. How about that? Go over there and say it. You should have been watching her. See, she even at the park. Sometimes your kids be running off and then you be like, where they at? Where's this one at? Because you got your face in your phone. Don't you know it only takes a couple minutes for somebody to snatch your kid? Don't you know pedos sit at parks watching kids? How do you know somebody's not watching you, knowing that you so busy in your phone every time you go there that you're not paying attention to your kids? What was it, about a couple weeks ago or a month ago? She turns around, Jay's having a conversation with a whole grown man that neither one of them knew. You don't know if what that man was. I'm not saying the man was, he could have just been there with his own kids. But first of all, why is this grown man talking to a little girl that he don't know? How does she know he wasn't trying to groom her, trying to, find out what was going on? But you so busy in your phone, you should have knew exactly when either Jay approached him or either he approached her. You should have knew that from jump. Well, she didn't do that. No, Tom is not over there as a hater. No, he's not over there as a hater. That's why I said I'm surprised he didn't get in trouble. She was in the car when she was talking all that cash money, huh? She know who to say it to and who not to. Her sleeping in the girls' bed left to fend for themselves, and she was so mad because they made a big mess, and that was when Egg got a big bump on her forehead. And she blamed Jay for it. Nothing wrong with being a tomboy. No, there's nothing wrong with being a tomboy because I was one. I also climbed trees and preferred to wear my brother's clothes, shorts, shirts, trousers, also play boy games. Yeah. I was, you know what I'm saying? My father turned me into a girly girl because he put me in modeling school. Other than that, I don't know how long I would have been a tomboy. I mean, I know eventually I would have, I mean, even though I still played boys get with stuff, I still had Barbie dolls and, I still had girl stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to be comfortable and, I just wanted I was just interested in all that, them boys' sports and everything. So there's nothing. There's a lot of girls that are tomboys, and there's nothing wrong with it. She'll outgrow it, and if she doesn't, that's fine too. My main concern is that those girls are safe. There's a lot of tomboys out here. I know I was one. I know I won't climb a tree no more. You can Herbie tell you that story. I won't climb no tree no more. That's for sure. But hell, I can't climb trees like I used to any damn way. I'm still a tomboy, but I'm a little of both. Nothing wrong with that either. Nothing wrong with that either. I'm not really a tomboy anymore. I've outgrown that. But like I said, to me, you are who you are. As long as you're happy with yourself, that's all that matters. You got to live your life for you. As long as you're happy and happy with yourself. But that Tom guy, I don't know if she meant, because I know people were telling Don and Stony to block him. Now, I don't know if they did, but I know people were telling Don and Stony to block him. But I know I was shocked to see him on her page. And he was like, "Hi, Stony." And I'm just like, "Wow. You gonna get in trouble." And I don't even know why you over here, because Stony ain't got no kids. You always talking to her kids like you know them. You nasty fool. You sat here and bought the girl out of all everything on that damn Amazon list. You picked the underwear, Mr. McNasty. Even Angelina Jolie's daughter Shiloh went through her tomboy phase, and now, yeah, there's a lot of girls. I agree, Taz. I'm still here because of the kids, not JD or GM. Exactly. And there's a lot of people, I mean, like I said, I don't know the whole story. I don't know. I mean, I can sit here and have my opinion of what I think, but that doesn't mean it's true. For all I know, he could be doing something. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is somebody needs to do something, because it's gonna this sexual exploitation is going to get, it's just gonna keep going on, and it's gonna get worse and worse. And there's too many preverts out here, and those children have been exposed too many times. It does not make no sense that one is 4, one is 6, and both of their no squares have been all over social media multiple times, probably flying all over the dark web. That's unacceptable. All of these other content creators from Nigeria or Ghana, you have not seen their children on social media unclothed. He reminds me of he does. I don't know if he bought all the gifts, but I know he bought the underwear. He bought the underwear. He has sent KO gifts. I think he sent her one of those teapots. I think he bought her some a big box of tea that Nancy ended up throwing away after a long time when she came down there, because it was spoiled. It was expired. The more he shows up, the more it's going to rattle her cage. I don't even know if she knows. I don't know if somebody's told her or not. I don't know. But I know I've seen it, after that, apparently he showed up on Stoney's page more than once. And then afterwards, I know I've seen him on KO's page. And I'm like, wow, like you look like a pedo, you act like a pedo, and I don't know why you're over at Stoney's page because Stoney don't have no kids. So I go figure that one. I don't know. Like I said, and I hope Stoney, blocked him, but I don't know. And I can't tell her what to do. She's gonna do what she wants to do. She's a grown woman, but it's just weird, he's not one of them people that's going over there talking mess. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of them they go over there and they talk mess. He's not talking mess. He's over there like, "Hi, Stony." And I'm just like, "Really? You about to get in trouble." Um, but Stony is still young. He maybe. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I just really caught it. You're right. He could. He could. It's he's still weird. I mean, I guess you could look at it, oh, it might be a good thing. At least she's older than 4 and 6, but still, he's still on Horace's page too. But that's just, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if she blocked him or not. But I know she was told, who he was. And I think somebody said that Don said he would take care of it. Now I don't know because sometimes I don't, like I said, I don't know if they blocked him or not. But I guess when I don't know when Stoney's coming back, but I guess we'll see when she comes back if he pops up on her live again. Anybody remember the lady on the internet that was a dancer and got all the money from the man heat tractor down? No, I don't think I've ever heard of that. Remember the lady on the internet that was a dancer and got all the money from the man? No, I don't know what you're talking about. But see, everybody has to be careful today. See, she thinks she's not in Nigeria. See, a lot of people from different countries, they see movies. They think everyone comes, to the US and they live in a big house and they're rich and this and that, and they look at what's going on in the movies. It's not, the US is not that safe. We got crazy things going on every day. I never thought that I would have to teach any of my children how to possibly survive a school shooting. But here I am a couple years ago having to explain to my youngest how to try to, survive one because we have school shootings all the time. And I never thought I would have to teach somebody that. But here I am, and I go through this a couple times a year, starting right before school starts. So I sit down and I have a talk with him about it. And it's crazy, you know. Just like wherever she, when she goes to different states, different countries, she walks down the streets by herself with her face in the phone. What you doing? What you being on live? What are they gonna do to help you? They can't help you. That's so sad, but it's good to educate them. Yeah, it is. It's sad, but you know, it's the world we live in now. You know, like okay, maybe she feels safer. She feels safe because she's online, on live video when she's walking down the street. But that's not gonna help. That's not gonna save her. Yeah, they might have a picture of him, but that's only if he shows his face. But You have to be aware of your surroundings. What exactly would GM do if she had the passports? She would freak out and never travel. Yeah, she'll come up with an excuse. Even if she had them, she might not tell her supporters. Because I know Mancy said her last visit that they're too young to come. She did. I think she just don't want to deal with them. Because she wasn't too happy. Because even the son, even the kids were talking about A's behavior. And that's also when it came out about how Jay ran off her friend Crystal by touching her inappropriately. You remember when Jay, I think she still does it, but not as much, when she used to be touching and feeling all over her mom? Well, apparently she was doing, and she did the same thing to Stony. We seen it on video. Well, apparently she did it to Crystal, and Crystal didn't like it and told KO about it. Yeah, she did, and they were still in California for about a week, and she didn't go back. And so people are speculating of that's one of the reasons why her page got taken. I thought it was something else. Like, no, it wasn't the house. It was not the house. It came out that that Jay was touching her inappropriately. And I guess she said something to Kay about it. Like that's not, a good thing. I don't know exactly what she said. Which they had already had a hotel. I guess she knew not to stay there. She know how that girl is. She know that house is dirty. They was already staying at a hotel. I sure believe it, KO. Yeah, cause that girl said she had, as long as she had her page, she said she never even had one violation. So how she lose her page if she never had a violation? She lost 5 pages. She said she had 5 pages. All of them were gone. That's just weird. Yeah, she said all of her pages are gone. Because when she came out to say it, she had to actually go on her daughter's page. Yeah, she had to go on Cleopatra page and make that damn video and talk about how she woke up and all her pages were gone because they were all connected. And she said not once, I forget when she said she she had got opened up her page, but she had had her page for many, many years and she never had not one violation. How can you lose a page? How can you lose your pages and never had a violation? Like some people think that Facebook took down that page that Justin gave to Stony. I don't believe that because they usually send you an email. That page was brand new. What, she had only did what? One live? Was it one or two lives and the page was gone? But she may not think it's, I know somebody told her. Somebody said it. Somebody made a comment. Now, I don't know the whole story about that, so I can't, but I know somebody had said that. The bump on baby A had, and Jay was afraid to tell her what happened. The beginning of that video, her mother addressed that bump. She knew that bump was there. And A did not have that headband on. And then later on, next thing you know, I think she put that headband on when she left her phones on in the kitchen, walked into the living room, and I believe that's when she put that headband on, and next thing you know, she wanted to make a problem. But at the beginning of that video, she looked at that bump. Pick your friends wisely, right? Lessons learned. You can't talk of flying the girls out of the country when you haven't flown them girls to random cities. Exactly. And they don't even have to darn fly. They can go somewhere like say the next city over, spend a weekend. Sometimes she stays right there in LA and goes and stays at a hotel because she wants to swim. Why can't you do the same thing with your daughters? Why can't you take them to the hotel and if you can go stay at a hotel for 2 days, why can't you take your daughters to the hotel for 2 days? I'm quite sure they got resorts there. We have resorts here in Florida. Sometimes I go stay at a resort for 3, 4 days. She said she needs his consent to take them. She says to take them out of the state, but California's a big state. There's a lot of places, a lot of things she can do in LA. Like I said, I've seen her go to hotels because she's like, well, I just got a room because I want to go swimming and be at the hotel for the weekend. You think your daughters wouldn't like that? They like to swim. But no, she doesn't do that either because she has to watch them. She don't want to travel with them. She's a big liar. You got that right. And they believe everything that comes out that girl's mouth. But that's okay. Let them believe it. And most of them women are mothers and grandmothers, and they don't treat their children or grandchildren like that. But they don't have a problem with how she treats those kids. That's why when they say we love the girls, no you don't. You don't love them girls. If you love them girls, you would not sit back and support her and how she treats hers. You would not do that. She can't even make sure they exactly. She thinks by putting them in matching pretty dresses, makes them look like, she dresses them properly. Half the time Jay goes to school and she don't even match. No, I would not call her bluff on those passports. Just off of the what if. Because what if she does take them down there? What if she decides not to come back? I wouldn't do that. I would not. I mean that's just my opinion. I wouldn't call her bluff on it and sign them passports. Jay had them same red shorts from yesterday. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. Yeah, she be looking crazy. I hate to say that. She do be looking crazy when she go to school. She doesn't match her. I mean, she just put anything on. Kids wear the same clothes several days at a time. She changes 3, 4 times a damn day. She changes clothes. Then she says yeah, she do say that. They should be on, she should have her on a schedule. She should come home, have a snack, then do her homework, then, then she should either be taking her bath or shower or, feed her or whatever, and then have some playtime, where she can play or watch TV, not feed the girls like it's 8:45. Jay is You want her to do her homework. She didn't want to do her homework. She was hungry. She wanted to eat. Then she ate, and so now it's 9 o'clock and her homework's not done. Those babies' hair have been combed. Nope, they have not been combed all week. And you're right, she will send them kids to him looking that way, and then when he send them back the exact same way, it's going to be a problem. All those onions and plantains in that closet in her so-called musical. That's why, because she was asking somebody about what type of bugs. She was describing the bugs, and they told her that's a gnat. And the combing of the hair has been, yup, she hasn't done it. At least when Jay showed how he did her hair. Exactly, but they wanted to call him Dr. Chiropractor. That was the only content he had, was doing their hair. And then but he stopped, and he started sending them back the same way, and now they want to complain about that. When I see her kiss her kids and hug them, yeah, it seems fake, especially with Jay. It seems really, really fake. Exactly. And I'm just gonna be honest, as long as them girls have very good hair, their hair should be way longer than that. And this had nothing to do with Justin cutting their hair, because even before that, their hair was not growing. They have a good quality. Everybody's kids that are biracial children, their hair is long. They got that type of hair. Their hair is long. I don't know if he's punishing them, but she doesn't send back what he sends. He'll never see it again. So usually, what I would do is what she I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, yeah, I can understand where it seems like he's punishing them, but I also understand, I do understand why he sends them back the same way. You know, if because bottom line is, if you want your children to come back looking decent, send them looking decent. They do have beautiful hair. They do. They have beautiful hair. It should be down their back. Well, yeah, I do believe because before he stopped showing the girls, I watched him, he had just freshly washed Jay's hair, and it looked really nice and curly and moisturized and healthy. Didn't look all frizzy. It's a lot of biracial kids you never see, and they hair. Of course, I mean, I'm not saying everyone. I mean, because everybody doesn't take care of their children. You know what I'm saying? Everybody doesn't take care of their children. I'm not saying all biracial children. Everybody does not take care of their children. Oh my God, she does. I hate to see how she pulled that rubber band out. I'm just like, girl, like, that is not, you just pull the damn thing out. Like, that's not how you take it. And not only that, and they should be having rubber bands that have the cloth on it. But get them some Walmart clothes. My babies ain't looking busted, but get them some Walmart clothes. My baby, I know that's right. That's not punishment. She has more than enough clothes that people have purchased. She does. She used to keep all the nice shoes. Eat the kids will wear over there, and she wouldn't send them back. And most of those twin outfits, it came from his house or LA mom's house. To be honest, because LA mom, she always buys them matching outfits too. But a lot of those clothes that she gets from her followers, you notice you never see them. She sends them back to Nigeria to sell. He needs to send them clean, take pictures, and take. You know what I miss? I miss when he used to have the pick up and drop off at the nurse's office. Now, the only thing that might, because especially with Jay getting older, it would be a little probably weird for them to have their no squares checked. But at least they know, like, like how everything was documented. Like he said, she keeps writing things on the parental apps, like how'd she get this scratch, how'd they get this, trying to set the narrative on the parental app, like, the kids are always getting hurt, where he should have been writing there, well, how did egg get this big giant black and blue bump on her head? Or I'd be like, okay, this is the second time she showed up here with another black and blue bump on her head. What's going on? See, I'm petty like that. You want to call me? Cause look, matter of fact, I think it was yesterday. Was it yesterday or today? She showed all. She was like, look at all these marks on her. Like, cause she keeps falling. I mean, she wasn't blaming JD. You know, she's a tomboy. She's rough. She falls and things like that. But you're not gonna be sitting here making up lies, calling me out on the parental app. No, now I'm about to call you out because she had sent her over there about at least three times with black, these huge bumps on her forehead, black and blue. And one of them, matter of fact, she wasn't even here. Her father had the kids. That was a nasty one. See, I'd be calling her right back out. I don't know if but see, he ain't as petty as me. Oh yeah, they do, especially Target. And Target has some cute little outfits, and they're not even a lot of money, Mm, especially for their age. And little girl clothes, you know, they're cheap. They don't cost a lot of money. Yeah, she sends them to Africa. Yeah, now it's at the police station. They're trying to say, well, I don't think she said it, but her goats are trying to say that she changed it. No, she didn't. Justin changed that stuff. But you know what? That was the best thing because it used to be there before. And actually, that's the best place for it to be, considering, people are threatening him, and sometimes you'll watch her live and you got people who come on there and offer to unalive him. So, yeah, it should be there. Remember last year, sometime when they were all talking crazy because Justin had all the clothes, a lot of those outfits, which would exactly. I remember when he was in that last house, he showed the girl's closet. There were racks on both sides, like one side was for one girl, all those clothes, all those shoes. But I think that I don't know if that was one of his nurses or the nurse or those nurses worked at, from because he had an office there. But with the allegations, especially when, where they keep, like it's like they're making allegations about him actually abusing them. You want to play them games, we're gonna play those games. You know what I'm saying? Now these girls are gonna be checked out every time. How do I know your friggin' preverts that are on your page ain't doing nothing? She told Baby J about the passport. I'm not surprised. She did shop Sheen when they had matching outfits. She says she wants to take them to St. Lucia so they can walk. Yeah, I did hear that. I'm just like, really, girl? You want to walk the streets in matching bikinis? Stupid. Who decided the change in the drop off? Wasn't it KO out of town last week? Or was it changed before? No, it was changed last weekend, and I heard it was JD. Nurse could question the girls about any injuries they had. They are old enough to explain. June is sometimes A crack me up. A, she reminds me of a parrot. She'll repeat. You know what I'm saying? Or she might just give a whole runabout story and never got to the point. Sometimes how she is. I mean, you never know with baby A, you never know what you gonna get with her. She's just a whole character all by herself. That's what she is. So, but I know that's what I would do. Like, if you're gonna sit here and like call me out on the parental app for something stupid as a scratch, and he, you know what I'm saying, and she probably came there with the scratch. But you want to sit here and always, it's just basically trying to make him look bad, that's why she's doing it on the parental app. But yet, when he kept calling you or texting you on the parental app on A's birthday, you didn't even respond. But you trying to make him look bad. Who decided to change? Okay, I read that. Well, Don T ain't no joke, and he's not playing. He knows people also, so he's gonna wake Justin up on how to. I'm good. I'm glad. I'm glad because see, Don doesn't play, and maybe that's what Justin needs. Maybe that's what Justin needs. Somebody that can tell him, this is how you have to deal with this type of person. You know, Justin wasn't raised like that. Justin was raised in Oregon on a farm. He wasn't no, even though Don was, he grew up like kind of country type too. And I heard somebody said he grew up on, he grew up on a farm, but as he got older, he moved to big cities. He's been in the army, things like that. He's learned things, you know what I'm saying? And Justin, he had a different upbringing. A can be a little trouble. Yeah, she does. She does. She does. That is very true about A because that's what she did today. Well, yesterday. That's what started that mess with where Jay got in trouble. She heard their mother fussing at her, and then she stuck her finger in her face and was like, "That's what you get." And Jay smacked her hand away, and she didn't even like do it like hard. It was almost like a push away, like, "Get your finger out my face." And she got in trouble because because Kay asked, she was like, "Did you hit her?" And then she looked at A and asked her, she said, did your sister hit you?" And she gonna shake her head up and down hard, like, "Yeah." And that's how she got in trouble. That's how she got in trouble. And then even after, when KO let her out of the naughty corner, she kept telling that, oh, because like she didn't see it because she was out there watering the plants. So I didn't even know what you needed Jay for, because you had A out there by herself watering the plants. Apparently you didn't need Jay to go with her. And so then as soon as she came in, "She's not in her naughty corner. She's not in her naughty corner." She must have said it 5 times, and Kay kept telling her to leave her alone. She kept saying it. She wanted her to get in trouble again. That's going to make those girls have too much sibling rivalry. Rivalry. Ugh, I can't even say the word. Yeah, I'm hoping they are too. I'm hoping, because I don't want Jay to feel a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, I'm not going to say Jay picks at her all the time, because she doesn't do it all the time. Sometimes, she asks for her. She wants her to play with her. You know what I'm saying? But it might make Jay feel some type of way too, because she sees how they're both treated differently. And my belief is, when the camera's on, Jay gets attention. She's allowed to hug her, blah blah, all this, kiss her, all this stuff. But as soon as that because it's just, if you got to pay attention to her body language. Jay is craving her mother's attention, so she's eating it up because she knows that's when she can get it. And I guarantee you, as soon as she turns that camera off, it's fly away. A does that all the time. She looks to see if K is watching or not before she does something to Jay, then starts to cry. And then, like today, when Horiana was sitting there saying, what was it, the word? What did she say? Don't be a hating ass. First of all, even if you weren't going to say bitch, which I believe she was, because she paused. She said, "Don't be a hating ass." Then she paused. I guess realized that she was on camera, and she said, "Kid." Why'd you pause? And I believe she says that to her when I bet you that wasn't the first time she said that to her. Like, why would you say that? You shouldn't even call her a hating ass. The girl's 6 years old. Even if you weren't gonna say the B word, and what if even though I don't believe she was gonna say kid, because why'd she pause? You still shouldn't call your daughter a hating ass anything. She's 6 years old. What's she hating on? Like, you don't do that. Jesus, like, you have no type of like motherly love for that child. It's just sickening to watch her. It's just really sad. This week, Like yesterday, I was in my feelings about this whole situation. I'm not gonna lie. I was in my feelings about it. I was just like, do I need to take a break? And then, I got myself together. I just needed to, I just needed a few minutes because I was going to go live on Friday. I just had to, take a minute, to get it together because I was mad at all of them. I was mad at her and I was mad at him. I was mad at every damn body. I was mad at the state of California, LAPD, CPS. I'm mad at everybody. Fuck them kids. I'm just like, damn, like nobody cares about these kids' safety. Like, who's gonna save them? Somebody need to save these kids. All right, ladies, I've been ranting long enough. It's after 4 o'clock here in the morning. I actually no, it's not after. No, it's not after 4 o'clock. I've been on here over 4 hours. Can't believe I've been on here this long. This is my longest live ever. Hell, I'm starting to I'm starting to get up there with Blessing. Because Blessing done did a couple 4 hour lives, and now I'm getting right up there with her. And take my little fur baby out to do, to tinkle and get me some sleep. Can you use this filthy language? Yes, she does. The other day when she made that little stupid, what she called, what was it, seafood boil with just eggs and corn. There was She was on live. Jay was sitting right next to her doing her homework. Well, first she was eating the eggs, and child was throwing them eggs in her mouth, trying to eat them because she knew, once her mother started eating, she wasn't gonna get none. And some man was like, "Oh, I love your breasts. I want to touch your breasts." And he just kept talking about her chest the whole time, and I'm just like, this this little girl be reading the comments. Thank God she wasn't reading them at the time, but I'm just like, she didn't block that man. She did not block him. She didn't say anything. She just let them comments stay up there. Oh, Bubbly Me, you're still there. Thank you. Oh, you're off on Sunday. Okay. I'll get in touch with you. Thank you, Marsha. Wait a minute. No one is judging you. I have a son who doesn't understand his gender, but he's still my. Where'd that come from? Somebody judging you? No, I don't think she's judging you. I think, because I think, she means like not Jay. A is like a tomboy. I don't think at least I don't believe she's judging you. Think you might, I don't know. I think you might have misunderstood. I want everybody in here to get along, please. I have love for all you ladies, so maybe she just misunderstood. So please try not to take it the wrong way. But everybody, everybody have a good night. I thank everybody for joining and supporting me. And everybody enjoy the rest of their night. And well, some people is probably morning like me because it's almost close to 2 o'clock. And but I've been on here for like, well, pretty much 4.5 hours now, and my fur baby sitting here looking at me like, lady, you gonna take me out to go tinkle? All right, bubbly me. Good night. Good night, everyone. Thank you for joining. We'll get back to and do this again soon. Bye.